Shark Week, and Mr. Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter. We all did.
His
we
son's
grew up on him.
His son's taking up his dad's tradition.
Yeah, so is his daughter. I think she runs, or is part of a bloody, zoo.
Yeah, his wife is a zoologist, so yeah, they definitely followed in their parents' footsteps, which is nice.
I still have to call his naming abilities into question, because he named his kid Bindi, and that's the name of a prickle around here. A Bindi eye, and they're terrible fucking things when they get into your friggin'... they're the kind of prickles...
And what about his son?
I'm not sure what he does, but the Bindi eye, when they get into you, they're a bit like those horrible cactus prickles that when they get in there, they break apart, so you can't pull them out, so then you end up getting, infections, and you still got, a chunk of wood in you. They're freaking horrible.
Well, if you heard some of the names some people call their kids over here in the USA, you'd think we're mental.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I know a girl in my school, she named her daughter Purity.
That's fine, but think I was also going to think of all the names of the black community.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
One year, I was trying to get some credit from my professor because I was trying to get to a more prestigious school than a local community college, and I was interning for him. And the very next thing I knew, all right, cool, I'll just help you out. Basic composition reading stuff, your basic kind of, okay, let's just see if you can formulate a paragraph. Well, I can already tell this person was basically writing in what you might call a text form rather than Y-O-U, you, ain't. I'm just like, this isn't proper grammar. And well, the very next thing that I knew was I was looking at the name, and I'm looking at okay, this has got to be a misprint or something. This has got to be something. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, Professor, I'm sorry, I have to ask. Who is, I thought it was how some people MLK for Martin Luther King or something like that would be on there. But I'm like, who's A-A Johnson? A-A Johnson. She's like, excuse me, my name is Adasha Johnson.
You're so lazy, what the fuck?
A-A was her official name.
Yeah, what can I say? The cities are being attacked like the blacks attacked the English language.
For me, I'm Irish, so I already have a big middle finger towards the English, but that's just me.
My sisters were English mixed in with the North Irish. Norman
I get it.
So yeah, a bit of the aggressor, but I have the Gaelic in me. It's like, hey, there's a pretty Irish lass here. I'm gonna mate her.
Oh, let me just say something about the Irish lasses. I've never been to the homeland, but I hear they'll steal a man's soul. Hey, do y'all know what wives and twisters have in common? At first there's a lot of blowing, and then your house is gone.
Clap.
Am I the only one who got that?
Please clap.
I didn't hear it very well. You cut out a little bit for me.
Okay. Do you know what wives and tornadoes have in common? At first there's a lot of blowing, and then your house is gone.
Oh, yeah.
Please clap.
Alright there, Jeb. Calm down.
Don't worry, my feelings is not as hurt as Iridius has already hurt them.
Fatality.
Finish her!
Finish them!
I just gotta say, I'm hoping that Bill and Ted isn't a major bummer, dude.
Well, if it's anything like... I saw a little bit of the first ones. and I thought they were shit. So even if they are like the originals, it'll be shit.
They're lovable idiots of a more appropriate Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay,
So,
I don't want to get too much into it. I've already gone into it, but it's basically, the first one was they have to write a history paper, so they go back in time and collect all these historical figures throughout time to help them with their paper. The second one, I maybe saw twice. I might have to go see it because I didn't get it. The third one is finally Face the Music, and this song, Wild Stallions, their band was supposed to write, that to bring about peace and harmony to the world, is okay, now you have to write it all these years later. But here's the thing about Bill and Ted. In the first movie, they couldn't play, but they married these two princesses from back in ancient times who actually know how to play. And then they had two daughters, so I'm kind of hoping Wild Stallions is a family affair.
It is American.
And I'm guessing from the trailer, the daughters go back in time and collect all these historical music inspirations.
Yeah,
at least that's what I'm hoping for. But
it'll probably be extremely politically correct, and it'll be shit.
Oh, believe you me.
They all daughters. That's what I'm thinking too.
Well, I'm hoping for it, but then again, it's like these effers could snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. So it has potential, I hope, but this is Hollywood we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
The kind of people that haven't made anything good in like, many years.
Don't
And
get me started on The Last Jedi, man. Bad vibes, man. Bad vibes.
Come on, Rey's totally not a Mary Sue. It's completely good, I swear.
Well, apparently there's new rumors coming out that George Lucas is coming back, and he's made demands of full creative process. Kathleen Kennedy is to be fired. Disney cannot re-edit the new ones, because I guess there was 2 cuts to the film with George Lucas with the final Rise of Skywalker. There was the Lucas cut and the Kathleen Kennedy cut. I think J.J. Abrams was trying to play the middle ground, but who the hell knows. So apparently Lucas was so upset with the final product because he actually came in and tried to help him out. I guess they took his ideas and did what they did the first time around, throw it into the dumpster.
Yeah, I wouldn't friggin'
Yes.
My stipulation would be Kathleen Kennedy fired out of a trebuchet into a volcano.
I fully support that.
Into a volcano. You know, if it takes a couple attempts, I understand getting a trebuchet to fire at the same spot multiple times is kind of a bit difficult. But yeah, that would be the first.
Boulder.
I want her fired on her ass publicly, not a behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm resigning to go to other projects or some bullshit like that. No.
No. I want
to have put in fucking pillories and freaking fucking beaten by whips and thrown fucking like fruit being thrown at her.
Jeez, dude, that's what I want, but even I don't think that'll happen.
Well, that's the only way
I still
that
want
I'm
to see
gonna
Clinton
actually
in chains, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, that's the only way I'm gonna actually.
What we should do for both of them? What we should do for both of them is just put a giant red X in the middle of an intersection, put them in the middle of there, and then just shoot a boulder at them from a bomb board.
Sorry, you kind of.
Boulder.
Oh yeah.
What?
Sorry, you roboted a little bit for me.
I said what we should do is paint a giant red X in the middle of an intersection, put the two of them on there, and then shoot them with a boulder from a bronze bombard.
Yep, I can agree to that.
It's like it's time to rob.
Well, I just posted 2 photos of Bill and Ted, because I guess they go to the future to be, dude, it's not stealing if we steal it from ourselves, have been their kind of vibe, and they end up in prison. So I guess it's now, no, you actually have to put forward the work, but the 2 bodies that Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter have, I posted 2 of them. I'm just like, why do I think that's the I have a daughter bod?
Oh sure, I wouldn't mind.
Because I don't know how
if they
many
did it Wayne's
people would
World.
want to mess with their daughters with dads with bods like that. Like they're jacked as shit.
I wouldn't mind a Wayne's World bloody sequel.
They already made 2. I get it, but apparently Dana Carvey and Mike Myers were friends, but I guess after Dana Carvey did a image of Dr. Evil, and I guess Dr. Evil was supposed to be Dana Carvey. Austin Powers was supposed to be Mike Myers, and Mike Myers totally ripped it off and made it about him. And I guess it was a massive rift between the 2 to where it's like, dude, I showed you my imitations of this character and you took it upon yourself to do it yourself.
Does sound like something Mike Myers would do.
He's funny, but he's also an asshole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this is your buddy, man. Like, you could have done something better. The first 2 movies were good,
Oh,
and then
third
the third was so bad.
Yeah.
But if you looked at The Love Guru and Cat in the Hat with Mike Myers, I'm like, maybe you shouldn't burn all your bridges, man, because from what I heard, it wasn't just Dana Carvey who he backstabbed in the back. He backstabbed a lot of people, which was good as long as you're hot. But man, the minute you hit a couple of cold streaks,
Yeah, well,
your career kind of dries up.
what's he made in like the last 15, 20 years that's actually been...
Shrek?
I mean,
Think
I mean
two,
live
three,
action.
four.
I mean actual live action.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the first thing I think of.
stopped with Cat in the Hat and The Love Guru. Oh, wait, he had a small part in Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Bastards for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I haven't watched that.
It's alright. It's like, okay. It's okay, but it's completely historical fiction. And Quentin Tarantino shows the massive that 3 Jews walk into a movie theater. The joke starts from there.
Yep.
Bomb strapped to their chest, and they grab out their Thompson machine guns, and they brutally execute Adolf Hitler. It's like, y'all miss fucking Goebbels. You might as well have put Goebbels and Adolf Hitler and 1 or 2 high-ranking Nazi officials and just machine gun the fuck out of them. That would have been cool.
Yeah,
I don't know, I
if
guess
you're gonna go for something like that, you might as well go to the extreme.
Because, well, here's the thing. Everyone thinks Adolf Hitler was a bad guy. Not debating that. But y'all are missing Joseph Goebbels. He's
Oh, he was a
the
fucking...
lunatic.
Yeah, he was a fucking... He's
And
the one
also,
that did all those fucking
Himmler.
experiments and shit, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's like you needed Adolf Hitler, Goebbels, Iridius just said Himmler, and 1 other high-ranking Nazi official and make them top targets. But Goebbels was the minister of propaganda, so exposing his ills of the world kind of screws over
Yeah.
He's the minister of
Yeah,
propaganda.
it destroys the momentum
So
of
it
the
kind
party.
of-
If you get rid
well,
of the
it
propaganda...
destroys a lot of the mass propaganda going on right now in this world is 101 Goebbels. And people have no clue who the hell he is.
Yeah. Only, like, people that, like, history buffs really know who he is.
My wife didn't even know who the hell he was, and she's 10 years older than I am, and I told her, and she's like, never heard of him. Who is he? I showed her 5 quotes of this man, and she's, kill that Nazi motherfucker. So, it is what it is.
Like, freaking,
Like,
I was
I find it
chatting with
as-
one of my players the other day, and she's, like, 19. She didn't even know that, what Nazi actually, like, the actual term Nazi meant. She thought literally the entire Nazi party was just, the entire thing was just hating Jews. That's literally what she thought.
It's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah, it's very much.
Yeah, as someone that's looked into the Nazis in depth, I always find it funny that everyone focuses on Hitler and not everybody else. It's kind of funny.
Well, he was the head of it, but yeah, he was like it's kind of like the Pope. You have the leader, but you also have the entire rest of the structure that needs to work.
Yeah.
Oh, and fun fact, the person that is actually responsible for the camps in the Holocaust was Himmler. He was in charge of that.
Yeah, that's why I brought him up.
Yeah, he was part of, like, all those fucking experiments and shit that they did as well. Those fucking experiments
he
are
was head of the
fucking
SS.
disgustingly horrible.
Like, Hitler is still a horrible person, and I really do think that Hitler approved that kind of shit. It's just that, hey, yeah, do you mind if I do my own experiments, and I can do my final solution for the unwanted Untermensch? And it's like, yeah, fuck it, go ahead. I was already going to do that after I won the war, but if you want to get started on that right now, sure, go ahead.
You want to know what's even more fucked up? In the Nazi inner circle, they made it a rule to never talk about the Holocaust around Hitler.
Yeah. Well,
So if you mention trucks, camps, or moving people, you're automatically out of a Nazi circle. Because the thinking was, in case Hitler got captured, you can have plausible deniability of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. And the worst part about it is, what's even worse is, everyone's the Jews. I'm like, he took political prisoners who were standing up to him, put them in there first, and then he moved into the Slavs. Political prisoners who were basically fighting against him from other countries were sent in to do this.
People inside, like he had a famous, I can't remember his name right now. There's a Protestant preacher that was very vocal against Adolf Hitler, and he was eventually kidnapped in the middle of the night and sent to a concentration camp. And Christians were kidnapped too if they opposed the socialist state.
Yeah, they were next because you can't have a religion that worships a dead Jew in Germany. No, no, no.
Not only that, but Hitler just saw Christianity as being weak and pitiful. He's like, man, the Battle of Tours was the greatest disaster. Germany got Christianized instead of becoming Islamic, and we could have combined the power of Thor with the ruthlessness of Muhammad, and then the Germans would have been unstoppable. Now that I think about it, is that the reason why Merkel's letting all the Muslims? Is she secretly a Nazi?
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Many of them are this.
Although she really does.
Think of it like
she
this.
really hates her own
Oh,
country.
come on. When it comes to Muslims, they make the Nazis' hatred for Jews look tame.
Where do you think they got it from?
Yeah,
The Jews. And that's why the Jews, whether or not they were offing other political prisoners or other undesirables, or because he literally thought the entire Slavic people needed a master to rule over them. You just need a dog to break them. And what happened was, he realized the Jews are throughout Europe. Nobody wants them. the Muslims want to kill them. Let's just make the Jews the boogeymen that we're getting rid of, but we axe off other people too, but just keep it Jews,
Oh, yeah.
Jews.
Well, if you look at
so that
pretty
away,
much every socialist kind of bloody thing, they always have an other that they focus on. So our problems are this person's problem. It's the Jews. It's the caliphates. It's the bloody it's anybody who might disagree with us. But there's always an other. Our problems are this person's problem. This group's problem. It's always that. It's always, you know, all the parties' problems are the others.
well, this is kind of the thing.
To justify their tyranny.
Well, this is kind of the one thing I brought up with a military strategist. He said this actually makes a lot of sense.
What?
Adolf Hitler, when you look at it, it was fascism versus communism. Here's the thing. With communism, they were to take out capitalism. And then they're in communism to eventually fight it out amongst each other for the supreme ruler. After they've taken out their main enemy, years later, the two biggest kids left on the block are going to fight it out. With Adolf Hitler and fascism, for the big plan to take effect, if you get my meaning, communism is step 2, fascism is step 3. But Adolf Hitler started pissing off everybody. They all just ganged up on him.
Yeah.
So it's like, dude, you should have made more allies to eventually knock off your foes and then pick a fight with communism. But he picked a fight with capitalism and then turned around and picked a fight with communism at the exact same time. And it's, no, dude, your step is after you've defeated capitalism. You and communism would go back to killing each other.
Yeah.
But he launched it too soon. And he just got surrounded.
I've always said that. If
Wouldn't it be better if he just went after the communists first?
He did. If you look at the uprising of 1930, of how the brown shirts and everyone else came to power, it was, we're defeating the communists. Fascism hates commies. And they're going back and forth. That's why Antifa, which is hammer and sickle, keeps on saying, we lost our comrades to fascism. Oh, so you were fighting fascism. Yeah, but they were communist. That's the part people don't get.
We should have just gone after the Soviet Union, and then they should have gone after, like, France and stuff. But Hitler, he wanted to do everything all at once.
I've always said that if he didn't turn on the communists bloody halfway through the bloody war, he would have easily won. Because he could have sent the Russians like a red fucking tide straight across, and no one would have basically stopped it.
Yeah, he went war against the West first.
Yeah.
And then he pacifies that route, and then he turns his attention to the East.
That's exactly what he did.
One or the other.
But yeah, like I said, if he didn't.
Well, no, that's exactly what he did.
If he didn't turn on Russia,
he didn't pacify the West.
If he didn't turn on Russia, he would have won.
Yeah. If he didn't pacify the West, Mac.
No, he didn't pacify the West, but that's what he did. It's, oh, the war in the West is won. Look at how fast we took France. Surely the UK will fall easily, and the United States is bogged down with Japan in the Western theater. We have nothing to worry about, so let's go attack the Russians. And as they sent more troops to go fight the Russians, oh shit, the Brits have some spine to them. They didn't collapse like the French did.
I think he would have collapsed if Winston Churchill didn't rally them together.
The Battle of Britain, of literally what inspired the British to come back and to grow their balls back, didn't take much, because Adolf Hitler, rather than targeting military installations. He targeted civilian hospitals, and a bunch of Brits saw the photos of dead women and dead kids and the ire of the British Empire. Even the Queen was, oh shit, okay, point him at the Nazis. These guys they're pissed off. And that's when basically the Brits started holding back the Nazis, and that's when the United States started to reinforce them. Nobody thought we were going to help out our Brits in the Atlantic. They thought all of our attention was going to be spent in the Pacific, no, the United States is going to fight a two-sided war.
Well, I don't think America planned on that, but then you had Germany who decided, America is disrespecting our trade lanes, and they're openly sending weapons over to Britain. This is a declaration of war. So if they hadn't declared war on America, I don't think America would have gone involved. But that was like the justification. And then we invaded North Africa.
Yeah, I really do think if you look back at it, it was basically no one thought Adolf Hitler would fight a two-sided war, but he did, and the last thing he expected was the United States to match him on fighting a two-sided war. So it's kind of brilliance when you think about it, but it was a gamble, I will say that.
Yeah, I find your list of reasons for declaring war on America to be interesting. I posted the wiki link.
Yeah, my dad was a massive history buff, so whenever we got to this side of history, what I want to do for my son, because I am good at social science and at history, turn around and help my kids, because I had so much ammo from my father. It was like, who am I picking a fight with? I feel like I'm fighting a dual entity. What's going on here? You shouldn't know this stuff. And I went, Dad, he said this or that. I think we need to launch an all-out attack. So he called up his buddies, all his military boys. He called up people that he met throughout his life, and it became did I just get a frickin' armada of frickin' support of what to attack the lefties with? This is awesome.
That does sound cool.
Yeah. And my dad said, yeah, they want to go after my kid. They just picked a fight with a fucking tanker battalion. And all his buddies who, throughout their career, went ahead and some took the GI Bill to become lawyers and freaking worked at NASA and worked at all throughout the place. They had a military reunion. They all kind of liked me a bit. And they're like, here, kid, and I'm giving me a call anytime some lefty ends up giving you shit. I'm like, wow.
That's lucky.
This is cool. And what's the one thing we had in common? Hey, son, let's go out to the woods. Let's go drink some beer and moonshine, and let's help you out with your history report. I felt like it was a cooler version of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. So it was kind of cool.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Sounds great.
Well, my dad was a big museum buff, so he would plan a fishing trip or a experience with some friends. Go, hey, let's go to the military museum or the Museum of Natural History. Let's go to a Confederate War Memorial. And next thing you know, oh, hi everybody who served in the military. I see everyone brought their kids. This'll be fun. So it became a multi-generational adventure through history, going through the museums, going to battlefronts, going to where battles were fought, and looking at maps and all kinds of stuff. And you had a bunch of war nerds just looking at their dads like, this is fun. I mean, the fact you have a bunch of former tankers are literally, okay, kids, now hop in and let's see how you guys fight in a tank.
Got it.
So the dad's got a good kick out of that.
That's awesome.
I don't think I could actually.
And of course-
I wouldn't be able to bloody fight in a tank, bloody I'm too claustrophobic for that.
Well, like I said, these guys served as tankers, so it was like, okay, this is what our dads did, and of course, I'm the idiot who sticks my head down the barrel of a tank gun to go, Echo! Echo! They're like, there's always one in the group. But I mean, it was fun.
And it was
Yes, it was me. They're like, hey kid, just wait for the flash. Okay, I'm waiting. And my dad's like, oh dear God.
like, get out of there. You smell the oil and gunpowder?
Oh, it was always fun. I will say that. My dad always made it very interesting. I will say that. But yeah, we're now getting reports that soccer is canceled, basketball is canceled, and all the kids' activities are gone now.
Wouldn't be surprised. Freaking all this fucking fear mongering.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. The fact we had to fill out a paper, well, a survey, if you really want to get honest about it. How do you feel about your children going back to school with Corona? I'm like, I'm about ready to buy them a freaking suit, like a chemical warfare suit, send them on their way and wish them the best of luck.
Yeah, buy him a hazmat suit.
Understandable.
Push him in the freaking thing. Backflip, backflip. Ah. Should actually save. I want the same thing to happen last time. Did everybody leave, did they?
I mean, did everyone leave?
I said, did everybody leave?
No, I'm just listening to German medieval music. Don't mind me.
Alright. Well, let's...
Yeah, I'm playing Command and Conquer.
I'm playing Draken the Ancient Gate.
Yeah, I can hot mic my music if you want me to.
I'm playing FIFA soccer.
Go on me.
Hey man, I'm making $15 million a year, so sign me up.
Yeah, you could share some of that with me.
Sorry, that's what the wife said, and I told her no. She's not the one trying to kick a ball.
Information. Anything he wants to know.
Oh, come on, I'll break me freaking back.
Passage out of here for my
The entire freaking company that I was starting up was shot to shit before I even got a chance to properly start it.
All we need. Soon, all humans dead.
Well, You are an Aussie, and I've heard bad things about him and good things about him. So, are you a good Aussie or a bad Aussie?
Well, that's bloody hard to explain because the definition of good and bad is kind of fluid.
I was gonna say though he's on the server, so that should be apparent.
But that was a damn good answer, though. So, that was good.
There are no bad Aussies.
No,
Well,
no, Aussie peers.
Bad influence Aussies.
They're multiple.
But some-
We need to call the
some-
Aussies.
Good luck.
Well, just saying, sometimes a bad Aussie who's a bad influence can be a good thing.
Possibly.
You always need a drinking buddy.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what Aussies are best at.
So I've heard.
We're like kind of like Irish, but you can actually understand what we say.
Hey! Okay, that point's being taken away.
Ah,
And the Irish, but well fed.
But hey, at least I'm not a Scot. I hear that, geez, trying to get them to negotiate on something's like pulling teeth.
oh yeah.
Oh, wait, they don't have teeth. Maybe that's why they pulled them all.
They mostly lose them by the age of freaking 12.
So they're hockey players.
Pretty much. Except they get theirs punched out by fellow drunks, and hockey players just kind of, I don't know, like it's kind of just, they just fall out.
Yeah, from fighting all the time.
Yeah, they're the only Canadians with balls.
Oh my god, there's like a meme, and it's of all the different sports in America. Like, and stop me if you don't know what they are, but it has one baseball, jam finger, out for 3 weeks. Football, turf foot, jam toe, out for 2 weeks. Basketball, hurt wrist, out for a week. Steven Stamkos takes a puck to the face. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, I have to admit, yeah, freaking hockey players are a lot tougher than, especially than soccer players.
And there's always a good doctor who you can spend that money on to make you pretty again.
Oh yeah.
It's starting to come down to where, oh, you're a Bruce Lee fighter. Well, we can fix that. You got small tits. We can fix that. Apparently there's a cure for everything, except being an idiot.
Oh no, well if you get pretty, it doesn't really matter.
Hmm.
You know, it doesn't matter if you're a retard as long as you're pretty.
So, blonde. Oh, there is something I did read about you Aussies in your military.
Yeah.
No, don't hit the grave.
Oh, I thought Archon was telling me no, don't say it. Apparently, the woman in the
No,
Australian military wants a tit job. The civilians will pay for that because it increases morale among the troops.
Well, what was funny is well actually it's not so funny. A while back, the Australian military is like, we're no longer hiring any extra men. We have to work for 50-50 parity, so we're only hiring women to join the army.
Well, with the Australian men being Australian men, I'm just saying, with all the women around, somebody's got to increase morale and put these brave men's lives at ease for a few moments.
Yeah, but
So I'm in support of it.
Friggin', the women that are in the Australian military, they're not the kind of ones you really want to stick your dick in.
Well, that blows, and not in a good
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, it's a sad fact, but I'm only going off experience. Maybe there are some attractive ones that actually have good personalities, but
I don't care about the personality.
Is this what you were looking?
You found it?
I just need him for 20 seconds.
2 pumps and an apology.
An apology? What do you take me for? I'm not a wussy or a pussy. I just have shit to do.
I never felt a hurt like that.
I was watching,
What, you never heard the
I was watching
mod?
Comedy Inc. And it's just like the dude's sitting there at a bar with his friends, and he's like, "I finally found out what turns my woman on." He's like, "Yeah, what is that?" And it's like, "Oh, that little switch on the side of the vibrator." It's like, "I'm gonna have to make a note of that." Yeah, got me here to the pub 30 minutes earlier.
This storm trap is like nothing I've seen. Far too complex for a wretch like
Well, there is one.
discovered on his own.
I don't care where he
Gee,
went
what
to.
the hell is
I
it?
just need to get
It's,
to his household. If I have to kill him to do it, then point the way.
If you could kill
How
him,
exactly do you turn a billionaire into a millionaire?
warriors to hide
You
behind.
get him a wife.
Are you sure?
Why is divorce so
What choice
expensive?
do I have?
Because it's
I don't
worth
know
it.
about you, but I don't plan on spending the rest
no.
of my life here.
I see.
The divorce
Well, the
was
good
a
thing
bad
is,
idea. We
aside
should
from
have
his
stuck
storm
with
power,
beheadings.
Bone Grinder's magic is fairly weak. I should
No!
pass along some magic to help you fight him.
That's good to hear.
But we should have got rid of
I'm afraid
divorce
I'm
and
still a bit
alimony.
weak from that poison now.
You know that
I'll need to replenish my power. There's a
you know
mine
marriage
to
is
the
the leading
northwest.
cause of divorce, right?
Yep, and I heard that living can kill you because most of the people that die it happens to people that are
I'd be
alive.
strong enough to help you.
Leave it to me.
Oh damn. That's a bummer.
Yep.
Oh, I was honestly asked
great
before I
service you've done,
met my wife by some girl at a bar. Hey, it's our bachelorette party. We want to know what people's thoughts on marriage was, and I just got out of a really bad breakup, so I was kind of the not even the black pill, I would say just the straight asshole would put it in the best of words. And she's like, "What's your views on divorce?" It keeps the divorce and alimony attorneys in business.
Sorry. I just,
Well, what's your views on divorce? It's worth it. So this girl's writing down all these notes, and I'm just the biggest. Yeah. I don't even know if I could call it me being a black pill, but I was just like, not Mr. Positivity.
You're more like lackluster. It's like, yep. Mm-hmm.
How?
Only club.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dickhead me accidentally misclicked and I got rid of my only invincibility potion, which I'm gonna need for the next battle. I don't think I can sell that.
You guys ever play Command and Conquer?
Which one?
Yeah, I played it on the 360.
First one.
I haven't actually.
The cutscenes, depending if it's the one I played, the cutscenes in between battles is an actual movie.
Most of them actually do have that. Red Alert 3.
Like,
was
I don't
really
mean
good.
it's good graphics to look like a movie. It's legitly a DVD movie.
Yeah, actually most of
If that makes
most of the
any sense.
Command and Conquers actually do have that.
Oh, okay, so it's not just the one I
yeah,
played.
no, Red Alert, Tiberian Wars, all of them all had live action movies.
Oh, and some good news, white pill, you could say. EA is remastering the series, and it looks legit.
Really?
Is it Mass Effect?
No, it's the Command and Conquer series they're redoing, and it
Aw.
looks legit. They're not fucking with it. They're just updating the graphics and stuff. And Kane, the actor, still looks like he has not aged. It's
That
amazing.
bastard, he doesn't age. Although, if they get bloody Red Alert 3 going again, bloody I wonder if what was his name, Tim Curry or whatever. I wonder if he'll do it again. Because that was fucking. He played the best Soviet boss ever.
Ha ha! Ha ha! I have survived in space! He looks old. He's an old commie.
I will say there are 4 women who have not aged at all. Like, we need to get these women back into gaming or something again because these 4 women have not aged
Which
at
ones?
all. Trisha Hefner, Jerry Ryan, Dina Meyer, and one of the hottest MILFs I've ever seen. I think it was Babylon 5, I believe.
The chick from Babylon 5.
And the really, really hot one that everyone was drooling over, Jerry Ryan, who was 7 from Star Trek Voyager, Dina Meyer from Starship Troopers, and
oh yeah, Dina Meyer.
yeah,
she's
Trisha
still freaking
Hefner
rocking.
from Battlestar Galactica. Oh my god, those 4 are still rocking. I'm like, oh, I would in a heartbeat. Though there is one girl, she's actually from Australia. You might know who she is. Yvonne Strahovski. She was Miranda Lawson in Mass Effect and was Sarah Walker in Chuck. That girl has not aged in 20 years. Even I'm like, it's a good thing they facially scanned her and put her face on Miranda Lawson. She literally looks exactly like that.
Oh yeah, I just remembered which one Miranda was.
Yeah, she's Yvonne Strahovski. She's honestly really haven't taken off since the end of Chuck and Mass Effect, but I feel like she got screwed in Mass Effect 3. Like, sure, her role is vital. It's very small. It's like,
Yeah,
damn, that
I don't
sucks.
know why they got rid of the good characters from bloody Mass Effect 3.
Well, even in the romance option, I said this. Ashley, she is a good girlfriend, but she doesn't have the girlfriend dialogue till the end.
Yeah.
Liara, throughout the entire series, has the wife dialogue. Like, you can just look at a character, yes, get rid of the fact she's blue. Just look at her dialogue in between missions when you bring her on and behind the scenes, like when you're back on the ship. That is 100% wife dialogue. Yeah. I'm like, wow. Tally is that first one, yeah, she's a normal nerd. 2, you kind of get a little with Tally, like, okay, you don't know, and then finally at the end you form a relationship. The minute you get Tally in Mass Effect 3, if she is your love interest, oh my god, she is the ultimate young, teenage, still college girl type of girlfriend, and she just makes these like little teenage immature little girly comments throughout the whole thing. And you're just like, what? That's actually kind of cute in its own little way. Like, she has that very young, immature kind of, this is her first love interest, so she's just very giggity about it. Liara just has the wife dialogue throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Ashley just got screwed in that one scene in Mass Effect 3. Rather than when you go to check up on her, it's like, oh, you're plastered out drunk. Well, that ain't good.
Yep.
But I don't know. It was just weird for the romance options. I get it, but even I'm like, guys, this is some lazy writing.
Yeah, I have to admit, number 3 was very lazy in many ways, and it was kind of more trying to be more of a spectacle than an actual thing. Not to mention the controls weren't optimized very well at all. Like sometimes you'd crouch.
They were
Sometimes you'd crouch, like you'd go to crouch behind something and you'd vault over it. Other times you'd go to vault over something and it'd crouch automatically. It'd just kind of be
Now, were you on PC or Xbox?
PlayStation.
Okay, because the controls on the Xbox, because I did it the Special Forces where it's you and 3 other people over Xbox Live and you have to last all 10 waves.
Oh yeah.
It was good. I get the complaints, but I don't know if it's just I played it so much that I got it down, because I literally had to write 3 papers, and this is what I titled it. I smoked a lot of weed, but I played the shit out of Coder and Mass Effect 1, 2, because 3 didn't come out yet, and it was the future of history and ethics using RPGs. Of choice, it was the ethics of choice, morality, and ethics in the future of RPG gaming. And it was like 40 pages deep. My professor's like, why do I have a feeling I'm going to have to smoke a joint just so I can read this? I'm like, really? I was just an idiot.
My character's lost in this thing. I've forgotten where I gotta go. Never mind.
Because in order to make a 40-page paper, you really have to write some stuff. So I'm like, okay, if I gotta write it, I might as well make it a big-time paper just to do it. I didn't realize a couple of the professors started talking, so this one paper got to be my paper for 3 classes because it was 40 pages deep. But of how I covered every topic, I got to use it for ethics, I got to use it for psychology and my sociology, because gamers are a sociology. My paper was heavy in psychology and more for choice and ethics. That's because of, well, RPGs are about choice, ethics, and consequences. So, Lord and behold, this 40-page paper got to be used in 3 classes.
What?
I was pretty happy about that
would
one.
be too. Friggin'
I was like, whoa. They're like, oh, and just so you know, all these papers were a third of your grade. So this one paper was a third of my grade for 3 classes. So that was awesome.
That is really good. I wasn't never.
Yeah, that's
I wasn't
cool.
very good at the school friggin' thing. Dyslexia and fucking thing. The teachers never liked it back then.
Well, this is kind of the biggest problem, but it's kind of something that teachers, you would never find this at a major university. This is always at a local community college where they actually want to teach. Is more this. Throughout school, throughout your elementary, your middle, and your high school, I'm not sure how they classify it in Aussie, but that's where you learn reading, mathematics, the basic.
Yes, kindergarten, primary
the basic,
school, then high school, then university.
Yeah, the basic ins and outs. The first 2 years of college, they introduce it to you, but when you get to your bachelor's and master's degree programs, they don't want, because it is hard to break, because you've been used to 6 to 8 years of learning a very particular style. So when you got to your bachelor's and master's degree level, they want independent thinking. It's just kind of hard to break that trend when you've been hammered into you for a long period of your life. This is how you're supposed to learn, but here's where we encourage creativity. So it's like you got to go through the boring gauntlet a bit to do what you want to do. And that's where at this paper I just got creative. Like, I got to write something, so let's do it.
Yeah. Me.
And I don't know what it was. I just couldn't stop writing.
Yeah, me when I was writing, generally something that someone would summarize in friggin' I don't know, 3 or 4 pages. I'd be able to summarize in a, not even a friggin' paragraph, and they'd get angry at me. I'm like, well, it's got all the information there. It's like, well, you gotta do this and gotta do that. And I'm like, well, what's the point of doing that when I can do it a lot easier and a lot quicker? Why would I waste my time?
Well, one other thing I will say is this, and it's a good thing they have it, ratemyteacher.com. Because certain teachers are that boring. They want the A, B, C, that, kind of very linear thinking, no creativity. They don't want that. They want the facts. They want dates. They want this. They don't want perspective on things. So a massive thing that they would do would be that. But when you found that teacher that actually encouraged independent and creative thinking and was more, rather than reading a book and tell me what the book says, it was more like a group project, and let's go on a trip, or in your spare time watch a documentary, go to a museum, go learn something, go get hands-on, go get this or that. They were the fun teachers, and my grades were amazing in all classes.
Well, we had
but if I had
the
that
teachers in my high school absolutely fucking hated me, because basically my sister spotted the teacher smoking dope, and this was back when, it was fairly frowned upon. So the teachers automatically took a massive disliking to me. Literally for the first 4 years of high school, it didn't matter whether I attended the class or freaking did more work and got A's, I always got a C. It didn't matter what I did in the class. I still got a C for doing Meals on Wheels, and to this day I still don't know where the hell that place is.
Oh, dude, I'm
They literally
still.
just saw my name and marked
It's
a C.
really creepy. I am 100% in that same boat with you, but this is what happened. You said your sister kind of blocked you a bit with the whole what she did, so they passed it on to you.
Yes, but then later
I
on
had
it was because it's a smaller town, basically unless you were good at sports or had parents that were rich or sucked up the teacher's ass, you never got bloody treated right in the entire school. The
whole favoritism, yeah.
I'll need to make some room.
I 100% get what you're saying. I know it sounds creepy, like I'm being a story topper, but it's weird how this actually happened. But yeah, my cousin, the biggest damn idiot in the world, who I'm like, dude, you're already not liked by any of the professors. And he came in one day because he was like a junior, senior, so like 11th, 12th grade kind of, and I'm like a 9th grader. I'm just in my science class, just normal biology, just getting through. He came in one day because he had to plead with the teacher to please help him with his grade because he couldn't study for the test this night because of X, Y, and Z, and nothing is ever his fault, and blah, blah, blah. Like, in that statement, I'm sure you already know exactly the type of student he was and why the teachers didn't like him. Well, in the class that I was getting pretty good grades in, he looks over and goes, "Hey, just so you know, this is my cousin." Great. And all the teachers just gave me this look, and I'm like, fuck.
Yes, and you're
Thanks,
instantly
dude.
screwed. You know it, because you know it because as soon as the
not
like
screwed,
with me,
but
the teacher that saw me, she's like, "Oh, you're so and so. Oh, you're Beck's freaking brother, are you?" And I'm like, yeah, because my sister was smart, but she was also a smart ass bitch as well. And I saw this teacher, and I saw
At least you're honest
the
about it.
upper lip freaking go up a little bit, and I'm just like, oh god, I'm screwed. I'm fucked.
I wouldn't say I was screwed, but I could tell I'm now being judged.
You're ratioed instantly.
Like, not, well, yeah, kind of, like, you're kind of describing it, but that kind of, okay. I'm sizing you up right now, and I don't like what it is. What are you talking about? 2 minutes ago, you liked me. Now, all of a sudden, now I'm the bug to be squished. What the hell? Like, it was bad.
Yeah, I know.
Like, thanks, Brian, you dick.
And I had this bloody Canadian teacher, and I got into an argument with him at one point. And from then on, he fucking hated my fucking guts. Like, the bastard just had this fucking vendetta against me from the moment I disagreed with him. He just absolutely fucking hated me.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
And actually, it made me hate Canadians for so fucking long.
Well, I do have one story. It was kind of like that. Because, like I said, I'm a 9th grader. I'm being judged. Fast forward years later, Brian, my cousin, is no longer here. I'm like, thank Christ. Because the dude was social havoc. Me and a girl were kind of talking, and it seemed like things were going places. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm talking to this girl. I think she's kind of nice. Oh, well, I'm going to go ask her to see if you're dating. And did it publicly, put her on the spot, and she said no. And I'm looking at him like, you're a fucking dick, man. I had something going, and because you were my cousin, I kind of told you not everything going on, but a picture of what's going on, and he just kamikazed the fuck out of it, whether he meant to or not. It's the end product was the end product.
Yeah.
I don't care if you meant to or not. So he's gone.
Intentional cock block.
And I'm starting to develop a bit of a reputation for, like in history, social science. And then the professor we had for half of the semester, okay, y'all did great, thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn the second half over to, hi, my name is Chad. I'm a semester away from graduating with my bachelor's degree in education, and I need this for college credit. Great. So, the wannabe dipshit decides, well, he's bringing up not topics of conversation, but those contemporarily social political issues happening, not the issues themselves. Like, if you kind of get what I'm saying, that kind of, let's talk about climate change.
Yeah.
There's going to be no mention of science or any facts or data. It's going to be propaganda versus your propaganda versus my propaganda. Great. Except the thing was,
yeah, I bet the whole classroom groaned to this.
Yeah, they're like, and he's like, and of course, many kids wanted good recommendations, so they kept their mouths shut. Me? Yeah, I don't play that game. So he goes, thinking, you're just a typical high school student. You couldn't possibly know this. Who the hell did I just pick a fight with? And I just looked at him, and even the professor's like, I wouldn't do that. Back off. Back off. I'm like, you might want to listen to the professor. He's trying to give you a heads up. You're outmanned, outgunned. I recommend right now you cease and desist right now. He's like, the professor is giving him cues not to proceed. And they're ideologically the same. And he looks at me like, you're just a typical high school student, aren't you? Well, here, I have a question for you. Holy shit, did I just get my balls chopped off by an 11th grader? What the hell just happened?
Yeah, similar shit happened to me in high school. I just upstaged teacher by accident. It's like, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I didn't upstage him by accident. This was intentional and a repetitive, everyday thing. Because I'm like, yeah, dude, it doesn't help. Do you actually know the topic, or did you just happen to read a chapter ahead and you're going to listen to MSNBC or CNN before you decide to come in here? Well, you listen to Fox News, don't you? No, I don't. So all of his talking points were made for anti-Fox News. I was more anti-Fox News than him. He never saw it coming.
Yep.
And even the school's like, what the hell's happening right now? I'm like, a war's been commenced, and one I intend to win.
Oh.
Don't you love it when the boss music keeps playing even though you beat him?
Oh my god, that reminds me like in Call of Duty when the Juggernauts would come out, these heavily armored SOBs, and you just hear dum-dum, dum-dum. You're like, okay, what the hell just happened? That's a bad guy sound.
It's a bad sound, I tell you. It's a very bad sound.
Well, I did see a trailer for the new Jurassic Park. It actually looks pretty
they're making
good.
Another one, are they?
Well, it's the Jurassic World. And what happens is, how much of a Jurassic Park fan are you?
I like the first 3. The worlds weren't too bad. I don't find them offensive, but they're... you know what I mean.
Well, not the movie, but the topic about the genetics and why the dinosaurs can't leave the island and how they can't reproduce, and Ian Malcolm's life will find a way.
Yeah, it all sounds gay.
The first dinosaur is born off the island. The dinosaurs can now breed.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
We'll purposefully kill off before mankind was made.
Also, that leads to ecological genocide because most of our animals can't survive those animals. The
Well, I
dinosaurs.
think it'd be the other way around. Like, you have very large
Yeah,
animals, and you have, like, mountain lions and stuff to be able to...
but also, let's not forget,
Be
there
able to
was more
handle those
oxygen
creatures.
around back then, so basically they wouldn't be able to fucking grow nearly as big.
Well, yeah, if you're going to be realistic, a bunch of those carnivores should have feathers. So, but like, even the professor inside of the first Jurassic World movie is like, but you think I've been playing Frankenstein all of a sudden and I suddenly made this monster? None of these creatures are anatomically correct to their fossils. We've been making monsters this whole time. So, yeah, it's just how it is.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. In Gotham, he was Doctor Strange. He was the Doctor in the first Jurassic Park movie, and then he came back for Jurassic World, and and then I don't think he was in the second one. Oh yeah, he was in the second one.
Yeah, I think he was.
Well, the World. He was
Yeah.
he was the Asian doctor in the first Jurassic Park. He was the same guy you were talking about who was the scientist in Jurassic World 1 and 2, and he was Doctor Strange in Gotham. Dr. Hugo Strange in Gotham.
Yeah, he's also the psychological analysis.
B.D. Wong from Law and Order. Yeah.
That's what I was about to say, yes.
Even though he's gay,
Is he?
he's a phenomenal actor. I like his
Actually, a lot of the
style.
homos are pretty
No,
good
he's
at acting.
Oh yeah, he's pretty good. Especially how he comes in like the doctor kind of. He plays that role very well. I don't know if that's a typecast because of Law and Order, but he is definitely that kind of, you would buy him as a doctor because of how he speaks, his mannerisms, his
himself,
everything
yeah.
else. Yeah, the whole presentation. You take him as, this guy's an expert in whatever he's talking about. Though he did have a decent funny role in that god-awful Will Smith Margot Robbie movie where they're a bunch of thieves and he's just a compulsive gambler.
I haven't watched it. Actually, I think the last Will Smith movie I watched was I Am Legend, I think.
That one was
It
horrible.
wasn't too bad.
Well, I would say it was just overhyped. And I'm like, yeah, it's a decent movie, but y'all are making this out to be like this is James Cameron's Terminator 2 Judgment Day, or like, you know, like this is literally The Dark Knight. Like, you're making this seem like this is one of the best movies ever
The
made,
Dark
and
Knight,
it's
by my opinion, was pretty damn shit. But that's my opinion. And it's
I
pretty,
like that
pretty
movie,
controversial.
but I have to agree with you. I have to agree with what you said on I Am Legend. Yeah, it's not a bad film. Way overhyped
yeah.
though.
But that's because the book was very well done, and I try to tell them, anytime you take a book and you try to adapt it to a movie, it's a very slippery slope. It can either go catch-22 good or not so good. They did a decent job with it, but it was just overhyped. And screw you, The Dark Knight is one of my favorite Batman movies of all time.
Well, I'm just saying I didn't enjoy
It's a
it. I just
guilty
didn't
pleasure.
enjoy it. It was like, okay, let's have a spectacle. Let's spend 20 minutes with Batman just driving around on his motorbike. Like, okay, yeah, well, can we get back to the point? Let's get back to the story. Let's actually have something going on. And it's just
Oh
like,
yeah, I can completely understand that, but
it's like, fuck off, I hate this new Batman style.
oh yeah, I didn't like the throat cancer thing.
Right.
Even I was kind of like,
No,
what the hell?
I just didn't
But
like the
this me being
represent-
kind of a
I
film
just didn't
buff,
enjoy the way they made Batman in that those movies.
yeah, the whole throat cancer thing I didn't like, but I liked the social dynamic of kind of the messaging of what was going on.
Oh yeah.
But
I
at the
wouldn't
same
do that.
time, the reason why Batman on their motorbike, why I liked it, I could get why people didn't like it. I'm like, no, you don't understand what's going on here. That was purely made by accident, because they're like, well, we can't have the cape being caught up on the motorbike because it could strangulate the rider who's on it. It could hurt him, it could do this, it could do that. We might have to have it to where the cape is like a parachute that you could have it inside, and he goes without the cape.
Me, it's just more that
And
it
then
was just
later-
a pointless. It was like a whole way full of balloons.
Mhm.
It was just wasn't really necessary.
Oh yeah, it wasn't, but then someone came up with an idea of using a different type of material, and the wind as they're riding actually caused the cape to carry up so it didn't get caught in the motorbike.
And I'm just talking about the actual scene. I'm not,
So
I'm
it
not
was a
talking about the
very-
physics or anything like that of it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just the actual point of the scene was just kind of pointless. They could have. It's kind of like the pod racing scene in the Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
didn't
that was
need-
just to
it
get
didn't-
the
it didn't
kids
need to be
going.
12 freaking minutes long. You know, 3 minutes would have been long enough. But no, they had to go for 10 minutes or something, I think it was, in total.
Well, I'm okay with that. I think you guys are being overly picky.
No. Like, I get what it was, but that was more for the sake of the kids, because the kids lost it on that scene. That was like their moment, their scene, because it was a little kid.
Yeah, I was 13 when I watched it.
On
I
a-
enjoyed it, but the second time I watched it, I fast forwarded through it.
Oh yeah. Well, see, you were 13. I was. Let's see. I was 97. I was 10. So yeah, me and you were about the same age.
Yeah.
So I was about 13 when that happened, but my little brother was 4 years younger than me, and he was in that 9-10-year-old range, and he lost it. I'm talking full stars in his eyes, the whole, this is the best scene ever, and I'm kind of like, oh, it's just a scene that's made for
For
him.
me, it was
Okay,
the
cool.
saber
And
fights.
every
When I
little
was watching-
kid
When I watched
lost
those
it.
saber fights, I had so much freaking fun because, yeah, I got the VHS.
Oh,
I
that
got the
was
VHS
definitely
for
my scene
birthday,
too.
And my birthday's Star Wars Day, so obviously I always got cool shit for my birthday because hey, Star Wars Day, you know. But that was before it was actually called Star Wars Day, obviously.
Well, I had a cousin who worked at the movie theater, so when The Phantom Menace came out, I got to see that movie 6 times in the movie theater.
I know this is a thing to say, but I fucking love The Phantom Menace. I rewatched it the other day, and to me, it's still extremely enjoyable. I even enjoy the political stuff that they talk about in there.
Well, that's the pre-up, because this is the problem a lot of people like to complain about, but it's, guys, you had the formation of the Republic, and you're like, how the hell is this gorgeous system, the Jedi are the protectors, the House and Senate stand for freedom and democracy and all that stuff, how does it get taken down? And if you were to think about it, if a nation was to come against your nation, you would rally against a common foe and easily defeat it. But if you had a Manchurian candidate from within bring the system down, it's so easy to do. So I was kind of like, I think that's George Lucas's messaging. He said it in a way without being extra preachy, but yeah, hating, it's weird. I don't think George Lucas could have captured, because he's such a perfectionist, of no, you read the line how I wrote it, you read the material I'm giving you. To try to summarize George Lucas and a romantic relationship and understanding this, it's something he doesn't have. It's why the man, whenever you get him, he's not the best when it comes to social interactions. He's kind of like he's like a curmudgeon, a bit of, oh hi, how are you? Oh yes, okay, you're a fan of Star Wars. Okay. He's very quiet, not so confident, very.
He's a nerd at heart.
In a certain way, yeah, he's a nerd. Like, that's just who he is. But for him to express a romantic love story, it's something that's outside of his field, and that's where you could see this. But then asking an actor, because you ask Mark Hamill, he's like, George Lucas is such a perfectionist, he will have you reshoot a scene over and over and over with the slightest little nuance. And if you watch some of the behind the scenes, there's a couple of scenes where they took one reel of film and a second reel of film, and they kind of spliced and edited it because someone wasn't looking the right way. Someone in the background wasn't looking the right way. But in one scene they did it right, the other they didn't. So they would splice it in. So that was cool. But Mark Hamill said if George Lucas could ever create a movie without actors, he would do it. And that's where the Clone Wars and everything else came in, to where it's just characters that a CGI person can do over here, and all you need is the mocap action figures and the voice acting to get that done, and all the editing is with the CGI people.
But I know I love the prequels. It may be nostalgia, some of it, but I like the stories. I like the fighting. I like the.
Oh
whole,
yeah,
I
he's
like
a big Dungeons and Dragons nerd. He is an official a dungeon master. There was one time that I was reading something and I saw some person who was a friend of George Lucas or something, and it was to go to charity, and it was photos George Lucas signed, but it was this man's photos of him playing Dungeons and Dragons with George Lucas.
That would be pretty fun.
And George Lucas signed off on it, and he signed the photos because it was going to charity, which is what it was. I'm just a security guard just walking along. I go, that George Lucas playing Dungeons and Dragons? That photo sold for $5 million.
That's sweet.
And I'm like, can I have some of that money? Just saying, I'm here working for $10-11 an hour. Just saying. But the cool thing about security was I got to see everything, even though I couldn't place a bid.
Henry Cavill's a nerd too. He's one of us.
Oh, dude, he just built a video about him building a computer, and Anna, that Star Wars girl, I think she's kind of cute, but like I said, I'm taken. But she's like, yeah, I literally splooshed a few times in this scene, and I could just see her face. I'm like, is she having a fucking orgasm just off of seeing Henry Cavill building a computer with his muscles? And go watch it. It's kind of like, I think this girl literally has a vibrator named Harvey Cavill, the Man of Steel.
What was it? Vin Diesel, he's also a freaking massive freaking nerd for D&D.
Oh, I have met him once, and yes, he is.
Actually, there's a couple of videos out there of him actually playing D&D with people. He generally plays the same character every time, but he still looks like he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, he plays
an anti-hero basically every time.
He plays your typical... Yeah, he's a typical anti-hero, big buff mercenary. And... Or like a dwarf or something, but he's that typical kind of rugged type of character. I've seen that before, and I've heard that before. It's kind of like
how I always play as a shapeshifter.
I've met him a few times. He is that kind of person, which is cool, but here's the thing I gotta say about Vin Diesel. It's a little bit of an offshoot. If you play Gears of War in all these SJWs, why are the men so buff? Why are they so beefy and buff? It doesn't make any sense. It's toxic male masculinity, blah, blah, blah. You look at the creator.
It's explained in Gears of War. It's explained that... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if you look at the creator of Gears of War, he's a fucking bodybuilder. This dude is jacked.
It's explained in the war that because Sarah, the world, is actually a bit bigger than Earth, so the humans are more muscular.
And I'm sorry for cutting you off there, man, but yeah, I've seen photos of the dude. This guy...
It's a great
Jesus Christ, he's a bodybuilder. He is like super toned and buffed out of his mind. I'm like, yeah, no wonder why all the guys are a bunch of beefy beefcakes, because he is one. The guy looks like one of the brutes from frickin' the Halo series. So
yeah, and you know what? It's kind of cool that he made his own world where humans are more buffy, because why not? It doesn't take place on Earth, so why should it?
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yeah, Sarah. It takes place on a planet called Sarah. It's not Earth. It's a totally different human civilization.
Ah, okay. So that actually makes a little more sense now.
Yeah, the planet Sarah is a bit bigger than Earth, so the humans are naturally more muscular.
I just thought they were a bunch of beefy beef.
I always thought they were genetically
beefcakes.
No. Sarah is a bit bigger than Earth, and it has 2 moons. Which is funny because Sarah is spelled backwards for Ares, the god of war.
Oh yeah, that's a cool little tidbit.
Yep. But yeah, it's like these people, they look at all these franchises and it's like, they're fucking ideologues. They don't know how to have an imagination. Because I remember this one time, this guy asked his grandma, why do we all go after like the Mona Lisa? And she said, oh, it's because of her smile. They don't like that it's not planned, because it's spontaneous. And an old Czechoslovakian woman figured it out in like a minute or a second.
They actually brought that up in Mr. P and Mr. Peabody a bit. Like, the wife is always frowning the whole time, and he's trying to get it, but he's like, you never smile. She's like, well, maybe you should give me something to smile about. So Mr. Peabody and Sherman, the cute little kid, which my kid likes to watch, he basically did something very childish that just made her kind of smile, and he's like, that's the look, and got her to smile for the photo. So that was actually pretty cool.
I like the robot chicken excuse, or was it the Family Guy excuse? Basically, she's smiling you know, with a grin in the Mona Lisa, and then the painter farts. And she's kind of trying to hold a smile there, even though she's smelling a fart.
Yeah, that one's pretty good, too. I mean, who the hell knows? But yeah, what Archon said about the little imagination, I've actually worked at a couple of art museums. Dude, you could not have hit that head more on the head. Like, to a T. These people have no imagination. They live in the world according to them. Like, it's kind of weird and spooky at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think I can friggin' really ever stand friggin' having a brain like that. You know, where you just can't enjoy anything. Everything's got to be political and freaking have an agenda and shit like that.
Yeah, there was one. Now, I'm a big Guy Harvey fan, but that's because I'm a third-generation fisherman. Of just being out on the water. I mean, you get out on the water, man, you'll see some sights that'll make you believe in God. I'll just put it like that. And, wow, these beautiful photos. And all of a sudden, I'm working security for, like, a bunch of painters and stuff who are painting, you know, natural. You're out on the beach in a gorgeous sunset or just a view of a gorgeous beach. And someone looked at the Guy Harvey photos of, you know, these marlin and photos he's actually taken and created all these posters and stuff. People saw that and they're like, "You're celebrating murder."
You found them.
And it's just like, oh dear God. Really? At an art festival? What the heck?
Just waiting.
How do they eat?
What?
How do they eat? They think food is murder? How do they eat?
I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah, you're still killing plants. Those things are living.
Plants blade.
A bunch of fucking dumbasses.
Plants blade. But just because it's
Well,
sap and not blood,
there was even this.
doesn't count.
Even though plants turn carbon dioxide into oxygen for us to breathe, it's like, don't bring that up to them because, okay, I got into one thing with a vegan. I have no problem if people are vegans, but the one people that even piss off vegans are lazy vegans. But they're the most preachy of the group. This is what these people do. Just so you know, I'm a vegan, therefore I'm a better person than you. Okay, what did you have to eat today since you're a vegan and you believe this so heartily? Oh,
Hitler's a vegan. You're a Nazi.
No, he was a vegetarian. He wasn't that insufferable.
And this is what this... Yeah, this is what this woman actually said. Well, I didn't want to call her a woman. She was very young and a bit of a bitch and an idiot. This is what she said. I'm a vegan. I'm a better person than you. Really, what did you have to eat today? A big bag of potato chips, a 2-liter of soda, and and something else that she listed. And I'm like, that's all junk food. That's not being a vegan. That's like, I don't even know what to call it. Like, potato chips, a soda, and something else she brought up. I had no idea what the hell it was.
That's all just like processed shit.
Sounds like she's still in high school.
That's all processed shit. Once she gets to like freaking 25, 30 and her freaking system starts to slow down, oh, she's gonna cop it, that's for damn sure.
Oh, she's not gonna be the pretty one anymore. I can guarantee you that. But yeah, I can't believe she actually ended up saying that. I'm like, you realize that's not even living the lifestyle? And she was adamant that she was a better person than most people.
Well, you know, about the 25 to 30 scene, that's actually true because I've noticed my health 24 and I've started but I've been drinking water more and more and less soda and milk. Dude, my health is way better than what it was a few years ago.
In here.
It's just so weird that it's like people want to say they're a better person than you, and they want to talk the talk, but they cannot walk the walk.
You have powerful enemies, Era. Ones who would pay well to see you dead. My siblings and I were only too happy to aid them. Your siblings? More traitors from the Dark
Sorry,
Union,
I'm up in a
I assume?
boss battle, so...
Oh, there are many old friends. Live to them. I spared your life once, Mesodrell, but I see my pity was misspent.
I have to touch this in forever. Let's see how it is.
Now this is a pain in the ass battle because the enemy has lock-on bullshit. And stupid lock-on bullshit. Fuck. Lock on bullshit, fuck! Shit. Well, shit. Did I get it? Shit. I got it! Huzzah! God damn it, congratulate me! I got electricity now! Woo!
I need to be accomplished.
Hey, I just killed a giant two-headed dragon creature. What did you do? What have you done with your life?
I had a kid.
That's a cum trophy, that doesn't count.
What the hell? Well, apparently an American is kicking the shit out of every European in soccer, the commie sport.
So you mean
Cum trophy. I'm gonna remember that.
That is so wrong, man. Were you not loved enough as a
I heard
child?
that somewhere. I can't remember where it was. It might have been Dishonored Wolf said it. I can't remember, but somebody said it on some funny thing a long time ago, and I'm just like, I'm making a note of that. That's pretty funny.
There was one off of Deadliest Catch, because like I said, I'm a third generation fisherman, so anything with the fishing and water is like right up my alley. And this 9-year-old who's helping his dad out on a boat, they gave him something like, go crawl in the gutter space and make sure you find tools and stuff, because he's small enough to where he can find it, but if there's a misplaced tool down in there, like, it could cause some serious problems. So they get this little 8-9-year-old to basically go down in there, and it's the captain's kid, and he does a good job, like, hey buddy, you did a good job, thanks. I ain't a wussy or a pussy. And the dads just look at each other like, yeah, on camera, like, look, I'm gone 10 months out of the year, so any bad words he picks up, it came from his mom. So, I'm like, I'm gonna make a note of that. I'm stealing it.
My little nephew, bloody one of his first words was shit, and nobody swears around him. And yet somehow it was shit. It was kind of funny.
Oops.
Well, apparently my wife's favorite one to use, and she denies it all the time, is fuck.
That's pretty.
So
That's pretty weak sauce. But I'm an Australian, so you know.
it
We
I
swear
know,
like we
but
breathe.
every time
Oh,
I hear
shit.
her say that, I think, am I getting laid? So every time she says it, because she says it a lot, I'm like,
Giggity.
yes, I do. She's like, I'm not talking to you.
Sounds like you got a real winner there, mate. Congratulations.
Well, she is Catholic, so.
What? So that means she's into anal or something?
What the hell?
What the
Screw you guys.
I'm Garen Ham.
I was just back with those
guys, I'm going home.
You guys hurt my feelings.
I'm telling my mom.
No, I'm telling my wife on you.
Don't worry, my pet rock will still be my friend.
What are you talking about? I got ditched by my imaginary friends.
Well, at least you're consistent.
That was a good one. I gotta admit that one.
Which one?
The one when I said I got ditched by my imaginary friends. Like, well, at least you're consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it?
But here's the thing: if you are gonna be the setup guy for jokes, you have to be a good sport about it.
Yeah, otherwise you kill it.
You gotta have a sense of humor. And hell, things are jokes.
Well, it is that, but I actually learned this from a fat kid in high school a bit. Like, he would make jokes about him being fat, and he would ridicule himself so hard that when it was fat, people were like, dude, why are you making fun of yourself? He's like, just watch, this is why. He ridiculed himself so hard with him being fat. Whenever those dipshits started calling him fat, it's like, oh, I get it. You basically beat the dead horse so bad that the next time the next idiot tries to do it, it's like, dude, we already know that. Like, you kind of just killed the joke.
Yeah.
So he would intentionally kill it, so when someone would harp on him about it, it's kind of like that idiot who keeps repeating the joke that people found funny the first time, but now, okay,
Yeah.
knock it off.
So basically, rags.
Wait, repeat
Basically,
that?
rags.
Go ahead, I'm giving me an analogy on that one.
You know that rags from, what you call it? What was it called? EFAP? You notice that most of the times when he creates, like, does a joke, he's actually just kind of piling on somebody else's joke. When he's not fucking whistling or belching into the fucking mic like a cunt.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it must be a territorial thing.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. Yeah, the little kind of douche canard who takes someone else's joke, tries to pile on top of it, and it's like,
Yeah, it's funny sometimes.
yeah, you
but
kind of
really
killed
it's
it,
just,
mate.
Yeah, the other person already said that. And that's the thing with Rags. That's one of the reasons. He's the main reason I don't watch EFAP anymore. But it's mostly these belching and fucking whistling into the mic. You know, you're supposed to have bloody mic etiquette. It's not that hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, my buddy's actually in a radio, and even he's like, dude, it's kind of hard for him to keep a clean mouth on air, but with the money he's getting paid, it's like, it's pretty easy. But yeah, there are people who get paid a bunch of money, and they'll be told, do not swear, do not do this, we are paying you a lot of money to kind of conduct yourselves in a personalized, way, and they can't do it. Even if they're getting paid for a gig $10,000 just to be professional, and they're getting paid a lot of money to do it, they'll still find a way to fuck it
If I was
up.
getting paid $10,000 for something, fucking that's over what I get in a fucking year. So, well, it's a bit under what I get a fucking year. So, I'd be fucking.
Well, this is just one gig that could be like a month.
You know, I would be so bloody professional.
I mean, he literally said, like, well, this was like a gig that was going on for like one of those charity city event functions where they are getting paid a lot of good money, but you're not getting paid for your etiquette. You're only getting paid per the sponsors. You're just a voice who can attract viewers or something like that. And he kind of broke it down. He's like, yeah, there will be people who were given like a guest spot. Now, we'd shoot it in a week, but it's material we're going to shoot over the course of a month. but they're getting paid $10,000 for a week's worth of work, and they can't keep their mouth clean. Even though we're going to air it over the course of a month and just chop it up a bit, they can't
Yeah,
do
I don't
it.
know how somebody.
And he's like amazed how many people, they can be rude and crude, but when it comes to being professional, they just can't do it. And he's like, yeah, here's the test too. If you're getting paid a nice chunk of money to be professional, he even kind of said, if you can't be professional, you're kind of an asshole. If you're getting paid a bunch of money to be professional and can't, chances are this guy is an asshole you don't want to be around.
Yeah. Like, it's hard to be professional, but if you take it seriously, you can.
Like, you can have fun, don't get me wrong. I mean, these guys were smoking pot when they were off the air, but that was to keep it nice, keep it giggity, keep it funny, and those kind of like, hey, yeah, hey guys, this and that. Hey guys, you guys see the new trailer for the new Bill and Ted? I think it's kind of funny. You know, just that, keep it calm, keep it this, no one is getting upset. Yeah, they're like, the radio station would prefer you to smoke weed versus doing shots of Jack. And I'm sure you can probably figure out why. And he's like, dude, there be people, nice relaxed environment, no one's causing friction, and they just can't do it. But he said, but if you can be professional, because others can't, you're worth your more weight in gold. Because you can do the job many can't, even if it's easy and simple. Which I'm kind of like, shit, you pay me $10,000 for the course of a month? That's like $2.5 grand a week.
I couldn't.
Like,
I couldn't
sign
I
me
couldn't
the hell
even
up.
smoke that away. I'm a bit of a chain smoker.
I'm a pothead,
Yeah,
so
I can't
yeah.
really smoke pot.
Some people can and some can't. There's nothing bad to it. It's just that, okay, like I think like one of the guys from Slipknot, who's a major pothead, said this. Look, there's nothing wrong with weed. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're spending your grocery money, your rent money, your kids' food money on pot, you have a problem.
Well, me, it's more the fact that it gives me extreme stomach cramps. Maybe that was just the type of weed that I was smoking, but every time I have weed, it just messes with my gut to such a degree.
Oh yeah, I have some stomach issues too, but that's why whenever you're on that stuff, just make sure you're drinking. And when I say drinking, I mean actually drinking, not alcohol. Like you're drinking water, you're drinking your Gatorade, you're drinking that kind of stuff, and you're properly eating. So, yeah, it just affects people differently though. But yeah, I could completely get it.
He means hard alcohol. Kidding.
No, I used to drink.
Oh yeah,
a lot.
that's what I meant by drinking.
I used to drink a lot. I barely drink now.
Yeah, I gave it up.
Well, it's not that I gave it up. Like I never, like, I just one day I just kind of pretty much stopped. There was no reason.
Well, I wouldn't say I gave it up, but I gave up the days of me and Jack being the best of buddies.
I used to go on absinthe, Jaeger bombs, and fucking yeah, it was usually just absinthe and Jaeger bombs.
Ooh, you should try an Irish car bomb.
Not sure what that is.
It is, okay, this is what it is. Now you have to down it, that's the thing. It's like, you take a Guinness beer, fill it up, about 3/4 of the way. Take a shot, fill it with Jameson Irish whiskey. And then you take Bailey's, which is Irish as well. And you drop it into your drink and you down that thing. So you're downing a thing of Guinness, thing of Jameson Irish whiskey, and Bailey's Kahlua. And you just down that thing. And it's an Irish car bomb. It's actually pretty good, but you just... Okay. You can't be so drunk you can't be coordinated. Because it's kind of like if you were to do a shot of tequila, you gotta lick the salt, do the shot, then put your teeth into the lime. And you can do it sober, but the minute you're that too drunk to be able to do something that simple, yeah, it's not the drink for you.
Yeah, we used to do just something similar, but it was just what do we call them? Dive bombs or something like that. It was basically just drop a shot into
diver bombs.
Shot into your bloody beer. But yeah, now literally if I have like one shot of absinthe, I'm like bloody out within like 10-15 minutes. I'm unconscious after one shot. In fact, that's after my dad passed away because he died in my arms. Basically, the only way I was getting to sleep was actually having a shot of absinthe each night. And then after a while, you know, I managed to be able to sleep again. But, you know, it's just something like that kind of haunts your dreams, nightmares and shit like that for a while. Alright, I'm almost up to the boss. So this game actually is pretty bad for bosses because sometimes it'll give you a boss and then it'll actually give you like 2 bosses in a row like really quickly. And the enemies will just jump in freaking difficulty. Like some enemies you'll be like, oh, I can kill them in 2 hits. The next ones will take like freaking 20 hits.
Oh, yeah. Like what I was telling you with the Call of Duty with the juggernauts a bit, there's times where, yeah, you're gonna have to hit the motherfucker like about 900 damn times with like, you know, your machine gun. But if you got that 50 caliber sniper rifle, it's only gonna take 3 shots to the head and they're down. But you have to lace that target on there exactly right. And what's worse is that when the juggernauts are starting to come out, you got another maybe 20-30 guys that are standard infantry guys that are shooting at you. So it's one of those like, okay, you can lace the 3 shots down, but chances are you're going to be taking some shots at the same time.
Yeah. See, I haven't played many of them. I haven't played last Call of Duty I think I played was Modern Warfare 3, I think.
Yeah, mine was 2 and 3. I stopped after that. I haven't even played Black Ops.
What's the one when it used to be on computer? You start off as the Russians and it's like, why are we throwing potatoes? Because real grenades are valuable, more valuable than you are.
Oh, that is a World War II game. I think that's Big Red 1 or something like that. But yeah, it's where you play as the Soviets versus the Nazis.
Call of Duty one. I know that. I'm just not sure which one it was. It might have been Call of Duty 2.
Oh, well, there's really like 6 World War II Call of Duties. Like there's your standard Call of Duty 1, 2, 3. And then there's World at War, and then there is these like side mission Call of Duties that they came out with. It's not an official Call of Duty, but it's like an expansion pack. And everyone had these different things where sometimes you play as the British, other times you play as the Soviets, other times you play as, you know, the French Resistance, and then at other times, believe it or not, you actually got to play as one campaign mission as the Aussies.
Yeah, I think there was. I can't remember which one that was though that you played as the Aussies. Well, as the Anzacs, I should say. Which that sucks. I reckon there should be a couple World War One or two games where you play as an Aussie, where you play as the Anzacs.
Well, here's the thing about World War One. Razor kind of touched on it, and it's kind of the problem with Battlefield, because World War One or the Great War, no matter how you look at it, it was a war that nobody really wanted to be a part of, and it's the most history buff war we've ever fought. Because everyone was tied into this war through a bunch of trade treaties, and if this person goes to war, then we must go to war. But if this person goes to war, then we must go to war. Now imagine that all throughout the war. It's like, we really don't want to be here, but because our rulers declared treaties, we have to back these people up, even if we don't want to. Like, it was the one war that no one wanted to fight, but it was the most politically, how do you say, no one really knew what the fuck was going on. But Razor, whenever he does his kind of stuff, he's very well in depth, but World War II was one of the more straightforward wars, while World War I, it's so vast, so huge, no one really knows exactly what the fuck really was going on.
The funny thing is, it all came down to a fucking sandwich. What kicked it off was a fucking sandwich.
Hey, whoa.
Wasn't that Archduke Ferdinand getting assassinated?
Hold on. Hey, Materius, did you see Iridius? He can't get into Discord.
Huh.
So, what was that?
Iridius can't sign into Discord.
You think he might have gotten kicked out? Like, banned or whatever? Hopefully not. He doesn't really do anything bad. But who knows?
The dude's clean. He's never done anything bad. He just likes history.
Well, Arius is typing now.
You might be back then. Alright. How cool is this weapon I got? Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright, so at least this is whole section done.
Guys, I'm not the only one. I'm being dead serious.
Well,
I'm borderline, like, with the whole purging shit they're doing. I already knew they were playing some weird, funky games, so...
What, Discord or just internet in general?
Internet on multiple platforms, but it's affecting Discord now, too.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on. Discord should be... I don't know, Discord should be bloody, a little bit more free speechy.
You've surely saved us all! If you're still wanting to reach Ravenshold, we're heading there now! Follow my ship,
well,
and we'll guide you through!
I have actually had it to where it has actually started acting up. I cannot post to Razor or donate to Razor over YouTube. I have to use Streamlabs. I absolutely cannot donate to him over YouTube. I don't know why, but I can donate to other people. And Foreign, one of the mods here on the server, was kind of helping me out a bit. I'm like, I don't know why I can't seem to do that. He's like, okay, I want you to right now type in, like, okay, he didn't ask me to type this, but he's like, I want you to type a boogity 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 boo 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 boo, or something stupid, and put it in all caps. Okay, did you send it? Yeah, I'll send it again because I copy paste it. It's like, okay, try it 2 more times. I want you to double tap it. Boom, 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 and nothing. He's like, dude, I don't see your marks. I'm like, I see mine, and I time-stamped him and sent him, like, a picture of when I sent it. He's like, dude, it's not showing up in chat.
Yeah, I noticed that a few YouTube channels, when it's live...
yeah, Iridius is in and out. He's in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out.
Like, I noticed that a couple of times my chats don't go through at all.
Ah, right,
Mhm.
Like, literally when you can actually see it on their screen. Like, I'll do it and it'll show you in the timeline that I can see it, but the actual people can't see it themselves.
Oh yeah, I had Foreign on it. He's like, dude, this is weird. So I don't know. I mean, don't get me started, but New World Order, Illuminati, they're flicking the internet switch, whatever you want to call it. It's like,
Well, this is why I'm on Guild and Riot now, so I have Discord backups.
Just saying. I've literally, when this shit happens, it's kind of easy to kind of point to it as, uh-huh.
Let's fly.
Arius.
It's
There we go, that's what I had to press. Evil birds! Actually, I have to admit, there's a pretty cool concept in this game because basically, if your character gets hit, it actually hurts the dragon as well because both of you share a life thing. So it's a bit like Dragon Heart. So basically, when you get injured, if you get your main character to actually drink a potion, it actually heals the dragon as well.
That's cool. So it's kind of like Kreia from Knights of the Old Republic too.
But actually, in the actual functionality. So you know, if you get in the battle of like Knights of the Old Republic 2, your characters shield each other from it during combat.
What is your
But yeah,
purpose
in
here?
this game, it's
Speak
literally one
quickly.
for one. So
were
if
sent
you
by
actually
Lady
attack your
Michelle.
dragon, it actually
She
hurts
claimed
you.
you were allies.
I think
So, and if the dragon if you jump off your dragon and the dragon flies off and
I
actually
apologize,
gets
but we're
shot
at
at by
war.
enemies,
the
that you
Halfmen
actually
are
take
pushing
that
south
damage
from
as
the
well.
ice fields again.
We've come to restore the gateways to Serdana. Can you lead us to them, Northman?
Souls of my fathers, you speak. Are you of the Elder breed? Have the dragons of the Order returned at last?
Not yet, but the time may soon be at hand.
Man, what do I have to do to get transferred off this shitty
One
team?
lies just beyond this
What you playing?
fortress, but the other.
FIFA Soccer. I signed on with a team. I'm like, hey, this is cool. And I didn't realize when you're on loan, it's a, how do you say? Oh no, we're just loaning you out, but you still belong to the team. We're just, how do you say, whoring you out to another team. It's like, okay, so I basically just played for them, won them a bunch of medals, but then at the end of the season, when it starts to kick up, I have to go back to the shitty team I left. The only good news is I got a pay raise out of the whole deal. I'm like, wait, so that's what a loan is? Like, I heard that you can get traded and you're on the team or something, but you can get loaned out to go play for some other team to gain experience, but when it's all said and done, your ass still belongs to the
You
team.
just hoard out. Damn it, these snow particles are slowing down the game.
And this is like a year-round season. This isn't like a 6-month season. You may play a 6-month season, but then the next season cranks up the very next. So it's like a continuous year-round league you're playing in soccer. Like, damn, that is like cardio, stamina out the ass. That's an endurance.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, then how the hell am I supposed to spend my money and go on vacation? Retire. Oh. Well, that makes sense.
Where the fuck am I going?
Sorry, have to get this wood in for the bonfires before this.
I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Normally the gate's just there. Walk up to the gate.
It's
I'll be
locked.
right here.
Alright, fuck this. Go on exploring then. Oh, there it is.
What the hell do I need to do?
You hold the first titular gate of the entire game. And I'm only, what, 6 hours in?
I just got Skyrim. How is it? I'm maybe like 30 minutes into playing, but just basically went on a bunch of side missions.
I like Skyrim. It's not too bad. I'm more of an Oblivion player.
Okay, this is the mission I'm on. You gotta go to a village and you gotta talk to this main guy. I'm talking the beginning. I just escaped the fucking fire-breathing dragon. I just fought my way out of, well, the castle and fought my way through a cave full of barbarian thieves. And now I gotta go to this village to talk to this guy. I'm talking the beginning. And I'm like, what the hell do I do?
After you talk to him, you go to the main city, which is I believe northeast. I think it's called Solitude.
Oh yeah, that's like one of the points. I'm still at talking to the guy. I am at his house.
You don't really even need to talk to him. If you go straight to Solitude, I think it's called Solitude.
Wait, are you talking about Whiterun?
Sorry, yeah, Whiterun. You go there, you talk to the leader there, he tells you to go to, if you actually go outside, face that house and then look up to the top left, you'll see a big castle
So make sure you have
up there. If you go there and go through that section, it will save you like 2 hours in the main quest.
Get you far in the Northlands.
I think it's one of the waypoints that's on the compass that if you look up, it's in the upper thing of the HUD, and it's like east, northeast, east, south, southeast. Like it's not a map, but it's just like a compass, and there's certain figures on each different part of the map.
Sorry, I had a cutscene. What was that?
Oh, it's okay, well, it seems like on the HUD, there seems to be like a compass with like waypoints on it. Like you don't even have to look at the map. It's just like it goes north, south, east, west. You see all your directions, and there's already waypoints that are on the compass. Whenever you turn around into a direction, it'll tell you what direction you're facing. And in that direction is a waypoint.
Yep.
Kind of thing in the HUD.
That cave should take us through to Cragmore.
Yeah, just follow that or set your waypoint and then use that as a guide.
Alright. So the only thing I need help with is picking locks.
Yeah, they're not too hard. Just read the tutorial for it when you first pick a lock, and it's pretty simple.
I know you got to take one thing and put it away, but if you start to see it kind of vibrate a bit, that means stop what you're doing.
I'm putting pressure on the lockpick itself. So.
PC or a console?
Console.
Filthy peasant. I'm just joking.
You're a filthy peasant.
I've got it on both, so don't worry. But nah, Skyrim's good. I just prefer it on computer because then you can mod the shit out of it.
That sounds cool. That sounds cool.
Like the mods you can get for it can make it almost gets like photorealism sometimes on some of the mods that they've made for it now. It's like, hey, you want a sex dungeon? You can get a sex dungeon. Hey, you want a god weapon? You can get a god weapon.
No, let's go back to this dungeon. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, well, there's mods for like anything you want in that. Skyrim's got mods for it.
About this slot mark?
He's a warthog. Warthogs are all the same. Since he's a chieftain, I'll guess he's a very large warthog. Their system of government isn't particularly complex.
What's wrong, mate?
Nothing. I'm just like muttering to myself. Like, damn it! You just hate. You're like one of the. Yes, and I know, of course, this is fantasy, but it's like, damn, I'm one of the best players in the league, and I'm working for peanuts.
Sounds like most kind of jobs. You can be really fucking good at it, but yeah, you're gonna get screwed.
I mean, hell, I remember I was playing a MLB baseball game, and I'm like, hey, this is kind of cool. It's like, wait, hold on. I am single-handedly... Now, of course, it's a video game, so you can't calculate it. I'm single-handedly the best player to ever grace the baseball diamond. I am knocking home runs left and right, basically winning games all by myself, and I'm getting paid $500,000 a year. Like, yo, start feeding me. But I guess it's more simulated on how much pro time you have, not necessarily your abilities. But it's like you have to put in X amount of time or pay your dues, as they call it. And then after a certain amount of time, that's when you start making the money.
Just remember, the first time I ever came to this area, which is a pretty high level area, I didn't bring my dragon. So I would have had to do all this on foot, which would have taken so fucking long. Not to mention with all the other dragons freaking firing fireballs at you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the spot? You like throwing fireballs? How do you like when a dragon throws a fireball at you, you little bastard? Now, I remember there's some kind of puzzle, shitty puzzle thing here. It's an absolute pain in the dick.
Quickly, out of the way! Feel my searing flame!
Alright, so another white pill it seems is that some companies are, there are some sites where they flat out say we want to hire people and not ideologues. It seems.
Oh yeah, dude, Gillette is so backing off of that with that whole we could do better. Now they have Gillette King Standard Edition, the finest a man can get. Red Bull just went to its U.S. based
Red Bull,
firms.
Goya.
And I know when I said this, a lot of people, I think it was Dick Lorgan and one other guy, Green Man or something. They're like, dude, I don't think so. I'm like, no, look. Businesses and corporations. Let's be honest here. The way of how the old economy was working is, hey, we're making bunch. We can take a few softball hits. Now let's take a look here. These 4 things. 1, these ideologues are so politically driven, they don't care about mass profits or making the corporations money or selling a product. They just virtue signal the hell out of it. 2, this is all they do. And it can be a pro and a con, and when one that is to virtue signal backfires and costs a company money, and it's singly identifiable to this, it's not like they can blame it on something else. It's this one thing that y'all did that is losing us money. 3rd, coronavirus has shut down things. Businesses are now, fuck this virtue signaling, we need to sell product now. Because it's like, oh, just let things go the way it used to. We used to make so much money and we could afford to make some BS decisions. Now it's like, we can't afford any bad decisions to interfere in our selling of a product. We now need to be pure capitalist and we need to make money. We can't virtue signal anymore. And 4, with the way things are going, BLM, Antifa, all this stuff, they realize they hired a bunch of people that are A, costing them money, B, creating more aggravation for them, and C, the virtue signaling they're doing that they were told would help sell things is not working. So now firms are... Coronavirus is now forcing them to, guys, we could go under if things don't turn around.
Yeah. What I was specifically saying is that there are websites that are popping up for hiring processes, and they literally say in the description, on the front page. We're not interested in ideologues. We want to hire people regardless of politics. You know what I mean? They want real people. They don't want ideologues. And a lot of fucking people that are both, media or businessmen and all that, they're all posting their stuff and they're getting a bunch of good quality people.
Oh
They
yeah,
want
there was one new thing. It was a website and how people are actually modeling about how, okay, back in tuna, back in the day, we are dolphin safe. Hey, we are a product. We are made in America, made in whatever you want to call it. There are literally websites going, jobs for conservatives. And they're hiring people left and right. Because they want to get the fuck back to work. They don't care about virtue signaling. It's like, hey, I got to put food on the table. I got bills to get paid. I got responsibilities, so let's get the fuck to work. And they're flat out saying, we only hire conservatives just because they don't care about the left has made such a mockery of themselves. People are now identifying as conservative just to get this, because when they started doing their diversity panels, there were so many, okay, back in the day, women could get hired because of this. Then later, the whole, oh, you need to hire more LGBTQ, but here's the thing. On a job application for the Civil Rights Act, you can't fire someone for a discrimination, and it's a discrimination to ask if they're bisexual, homosexual, or whatever. That is a form of discrimination, so they can't do that. And now more men, to make it in the workplace, are identifying as trans to fit the diversity fold that no one is working on. It was a thing 2 years ago, this whole diversity bullshit they were pushing. Now it's like, no, we don't care. We'd rather make money and make our customers happy than listening to all this. The whole, you need to do this to sell product or people will boycott you. At this time, it's like, you don't have the muscle to do
look
that.
At it this way,
Before
when
coronavirus,
doing all that stuff, I'm just like, yeah, not buying any of their shit anymore.
And guess what? They just came up with the manliest thing. It's literally a haircut for men. I'll find it. It's Gillette's King Groomer for men. Wait, y'all just went from this men can do better. Sexual assault is not this anymore. All the virtue signaling has completely backfired to now their new ad is
the previous
Gillette.
One? Let me teach my
the
daughter
King's
how to
Groomer.
shave her beard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's how bad it was. And the whole looking down upon that old saying, boys will be boys. Oh, it's completely backfired now. That's why I tell people, guys, conservative nationals are getting elected around the globe because the left have made such a mockery of themselves. We're so looking at a Trump 2020 win, no matter how much kicking and screaming the media wants to admit to. If you just look at the trends, all signs point to yes.
And I don't believe those polls for a second, but I remember the polls, buddy, back in thing where they're like, oh yeah, Trump has what was a like Hillary was
a 5% chance of winning to Clinton's 95%.
I think she was at, or 90, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, yeah, I didn't believe that for a second, because people were lying. Because every time someone said I'm a Trump voter, they were getting fucking yelled at and screamed at and fucking belittled and fucking shit. So obviously people are gonna fucking lie, and that's no different this year.
And a lot of people, just to make sure they don't get doxxed or they don't get anything, they don't understand what's happening. I can say over the phone, I am a registered Democrat. I am going to vote for Biden, in fear I don't get doxxed. they have no control over who I vote for behind that closed door. And there's a lot of people who say in all these polls, yes, I'm going to vote for Biden, because they don't know if that's an official campaign ad or not, or if that's literally someone going through the phone book. So they tell them what they want to hear. I'm voting for Biden, voting for Biden, voting for Biden. And it's like, nope. And you look at all these, now, if you're familiar with American political stuff, we do have a two-party system. I hate it, but I get it, but I can't stand it. All the establishment people who don't like Trump, even if they're on the party that Trump is, are fully endorsing Joe Biden, and they're doing it vocally. And everyone's looking around like, hell, that's giving me more of a reason to vote for Trump. The fact that these assholes we've been warned about for decades are all colluding around a source. People are now going, nope, I'm voting for Trump. This is more of a reason to. And Archon actually posted something. He's like, if you look at Joe Biden, more of the comments are, oh my God, my party is killing itself. Oh my God, we're going to lose.
That's in a liberal channel. In a liberal, yeah.
The fact, the very people that they've been demonizing and calling Nazis and Hitler for years, the George W. Bushes, the Mitt Romneys, the John Kasich, who's formally announced he's gonna go to the Democratic convention and vote for Donald Trump, the Paul Ryans, the all these John Boehners, all these people we were warned about for years who are not true conservatives have shown their colors. But here's the problem. The right's happy because we've just smoked out the rats. Good. The trash is taking itself out. This is amazing. And the left is, oh my God, people that we were told were fucking Nazis for decades are now endorsing our candidate. Oh my God. They're having that come to Jesus moment a bit, if you kind of get what I'm saying, because they're starting to realize they've just been telling you what you wanted to hear for years. And they think you're too stupid to figure out, oh my God, that's what they're pulling.
But it was hashtag her tan. But
her time, all the celebrities, oh, we feel so bad because of a woman. It's like, listen, celebs, none of us give a shit about what you think. Nobody does. You live in your mansions and you criticize us poor folk, but us poor folk go to see your movies. You've pissed off the hand that fed you for decades, and now with coronavirus, no one's going to see movies. No one's allowed to make movies. Hell, some of the shows that I kind of watch, but they're kind of politically annoying, you're only getting half a season.
Yeah.
Everything is shut down. Because of coronavirus, a lot of media is controlled by one particular political party, but nobody is releasing movies and TV shows and everything else. It's just reruns of the old shit. So
and
it's kind of like
funny? You know what's funny is the media, the same media is also paid by the country that caused coronavirus.
And Trump just shut them out of Houston, Texas. And just look at, and the State Department says the consulate head of China 2 days ago said him 72 hours. They have 24 hours this weekend to get the hell out of Dodge of Houston, Texas. And look at who is defending China. They are single-handedly smoking themselves out. And nobody is taking this light. Like, they're like, guys, you've killed sports. You've killed entertainment. You have killed everything. The only game in town you morons have going is world news. Everybody is paying attention to the news, and you're just acting like it's the same old, have the media do XYZ while you entertain the masses. It's like, guys, you've killed your delusions that have kept us in a sleep-like state. More people are now more awake just because news and political science is the only game in town. And you're just making the most worst decisions you could make when people are awake. So that's why I'm like, let's just see what the hell happens. I think it's going to completely blow up in their faces.
Here's hoping it does.
Like, to give you an example, my mother, who's like a 60-year-old boomer, even she's starting to connect some dots with the corona and the election and the media being crazy. She's a 60-year-old boomer hippie girl that's not even into politics. Even she's kind of like, yeah, I'm starting to see what they're doing. It's scary. I don't like it.
Because they think, oh, let's just keep playing the same game they have been. Because here's the thing. Like, I live and breathe this shit. It's a pro and a con, a gift and a curse. I'll flat out admit it. And sometimes I need Iridius or Archon to kind of give me a little tap on the head and change up the fucking topic. Please. Okay. I'll do that. Yes, I'll fully admit it. It does happen. But I've seen the game they're playing, and I felt like I was, well, me and few others were the ones seeing what's happening. Now it's like, holy shit. I'm now one of many people in an arena who are all seeing what the hell is going on. People are no longer focused on basketball, baseball, football, hockey. Let's see. When we got shut out in February is when this whole coronavirus hit. That would have been hockey season. That's at a standstill. So we completely missed hockey season. Football, let's see. Baseball was supposed to start up in March. We're in the August. September, October is the World Series. We're not looking at any baseball, to be honest. And football starts up in August. And right now, this whole we're going to kneel because of police brutality, BLM, Antifa. And it's, well, but we've had since February all this BLM, Antifa crap. And now more people are getting away from the NFL because without any entertainment, any other sports, we have all seen the very same thing the NFL is pushing, and it's pushing more people away from it.
Well, I'm not a sports person in general, but bloody hell, I would not be a freaking sports fan for most of the shit that they're doing these days. It's like, we're morally superior.
But see, in the United States, it's the only action we have, but they've taken that away.
It's this whole, we're morally superior to everybody here. Bull crap, that really pisses me off.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, even Archon has had, and Iridius have all said their kind of stuff that they've had. Like, I went to a local community college because it was a third the price, and I didn't have to pay for room and board, which saved me even more money. And I go, oh, hey, I got a 4-year degree on, well, it was $1,000 a semester, so about $2,000 a year. But I had a scholarship that paid for a very, very large portion of it. Like, for me to go to a semester's worth of college was like $300.
That's pretty good.
So that's pretty damn good. So I got out $5,000 in debt. Okay, cool. And then because of my graduation ceremony, people said, oh, we hope this check will help you out. It may not be much, but here you go. Because they were used to Notre Dame, Florida State, UF, all this kind of stuff. And they handed me a total of, I think, like $8,000 total throughout the family. And I'm like, guys, I only need $4,000 to pay off my college loans. The other $4,000's going in my bank account. Thank you. And they're like, wait, what? He went to us and got a bachelor's.
And made a profit doing it.
Wait, what? Like, they couldn't believe. They're like, well, what about room and board? What about this and that? Yeah, I didn't go to USF, Florida State, or UF and got a bullshit degree that has my name on it. Like, thanks. And then they're like, oh, but you didn't go, and like I said, the elite, you didn't go to a real university. I went to a real college and got me a real degree. They even have that accent to it. You're like, okay, dumbass, you're in debt the size of a Porsche or a cheap Ferrari. You're in debt $140,000 because of your degree in room and board because you wanted to go away from mom and daddy. Oh, but I'm gonna get a job making $60,000, $70,000 or a job making $50,000 a year. They're stuck $125,000 in debt, making maybe 25 grand a year.
Fuck that.
So it's like you're never gonna pay that off. But I have a degree. I went to a real university, and it's like you got hosed. Welcome to the real world. They honestly said the best education millennials got in the past 2 elections was voting for Bernie Sanders. They donated all this money to him, didn't get their pick, and then the second time around they did it again. No refunds.
Yeah, well, look at it this way. They didn't even learn from the experience. You think, oh, I'm so college educated. Oh, I'm so progressive. Didn't learn a fucking thing, did they?
For the record, I would have voted for Bernie Sanders, but after he cut to Hillary, I'm like, that's when I learned a guy's a tool. A Democrat.
And now you have a guy who, I will fight for you. I will stand for you. Now be sure to write me a check. Oh, yeah. I'm dropping out of the race with a bunch of money from my Senate campaign. Thanks. No refunds.
But here's the thing I did, though. I did not vote for Trump or Hillary. I voted for the third guy. But I did not vote one Democrat in on the paper. I always voted R. If it was D or R, I chose R because I looked back on my life few seconds thinking, okay, was there anything I remember that Democrats did right? And I thought, nope, okay, give the Republicans a chance. And I did.
Well, here's the thing. The GOP, this is the problem with the 2-party system. And I said this story before, but I'm really kind of thank God every day that this event happened to me. Me and my Special Forces best friend ever. Alright, listen, my little McGee, you're my little battle buddy. This is our last election together. He was going to Tennessee to go become a cop, God bless him, and I was moving on with my life. This was our last dance together, me and him. He's like, this is our last election together, and you have a degree in this stuff. Let's do it. And we got pre-samples that came in of everyone on the ballot. And we looked at everyone on the primary ballot. And we researched the hell out of it. We found in our local elections 4 people who did this. Hey everybody, I ran as a Democrat three times and lost. Now, because stupid people like you vote for R versus D, I'm now changing myself into a Republican because I think this is what's going to get me in office. They lost huge, every one of them, but we knew who the hell they were. And come election time, I'm like, dude, I think some of these assholes who are just claiming to be a GOP are going to get in, but they're just looking at the benefits and the power and everything else, and every one of them lost.
Yeah.
And then we had more fun come November.
Like in Australia, we have
and it was me and him.
We have like generally 50 of them, and bloody
but
the problem is, most of them, like, it's a coalition most of the time, but the big problem is fucking you get these people with like deceptive names. They're like, oh, we're the Green Party, but really what we're going to do is we're going to take away your guns and basically ban anything that's fucking good. They even ban like things like fire breaks and shit like that. That's the Green Party. They banned fire breaks Which
Wait, fire breaks. You're talking fire prevention,
fire
right?
prevention, fire breaks. Like
Okay, good.
Burning, like not after burning, like shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
All of that, they banned that, and what do you know? Suddenly Australia has the freaking worst fires it's ever had in freaking
And they blame it on global warming. I have actually worked security and doing fire breaks. I would just go down a fire break. I got my 308 on my back, 45 on my hip. Hell, I'm just going out there. I'm taking more photos with my fucking digital camera than I am with anything, because back in the day you didn't have good quality on your phones. I'm walking around with a freaking Nikon on, and I'm just taking more photos with that. I just got the 308 on my back in case I come across something, or a 45 if I have to, get down and dirty. I'm taking more photos than anything, and I'm just like, oh, wow, look at all this brush. They're like, yeah, the local community won't allow us to do this. I'm like, you realize with a lightning strike or Florida heat, it's going to dry out the soil, and all these pine needles are just kindling, ready to go. Yep. Well, then let's take all the kindling and let's put it together and burn it off. Mate, you can't. I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, because the kindling is so thick, rattlesnakes are using that as their den. So you may go grab a bunch of stuff, mate, you might get hit by a rattlesnake. Like, oh, that's bad. So literally, it's like, yeah, you go to do something, it's like, it's so thick, you could have done it a long time ago, but it's so thick that you could literally come across a rattlesnake den. So don't do it. And they completely banned burn-offs, which is where you take all the kindling, you basically set it on fire, and you let it burn up, and then you put it out. And the thing about the soil, I found this out from a farmer, you want to do a burn-off, because what it does is all the heat and everything else on top causes... it's kind of like when a rain happens and all the worms and all the insects come to the top. Yeah, they all come to the top. It does the same thing with the fertile soil, the good nutrients in the earth and everything else. It gets so hot, all the nutrients are drawn to heat, and they come out of burrow, and they come up to feast on all this stuff. And by the time the brush is cleared off, you now have fresh, fertile soil.
Not to mention a lot of things that trees and stuff that actually have like nuts. Like nut form seeds, they actually require extreme heat to actually crack them and open up.
Yeah, like acorn shells.
Yeah. Acorns, nuts, mallees, melaleucas, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm also a hunter too, so I've spent a lot of time out in the woods.
Well, that's good. I used to spend a lot of time out in the friggin' bush and scrub and whatnot.
Well, I got one security story I was hired to do. Thank God for my military buddy who ended up getting me this contract, because I thought it was great of him. This is what it was. Apparently, some rich person bought a bunch of land right up along a beach. And this beach, of why he bought this land, and he has his house on it, it's an amazing mansion. It's huge.
It's huge.
And, he had a bunch of people build it. It's a huge mansion. But he built it, and he owns all this real estate. And a side thing of why he bought it is because these turtles will come ashore and lay their eggs on the shore. And then they'll go in there, and all the hatchlings will hatch and go off. And he wanted to make it a turtle estuary kind of thing, because he owns a very big crop of land. There's not a lot of lights. There's not a lot of anything. So sea turtles, because they're blind kind of when they're first born, they're drawn to the stars and the moon and the ocean waves. But due to all the lights of city traffic, they sometimes go in the opposite direction of where they're supposed to go. Well, apparently 50, 60 years ago, a bunch of hogs on the way to the slaughterhouse, truck blew a flat tire, hog scattered. Hogs root, they dig, and they breed like rabbits. In Florida, they're considered to be pests because they ruin crops, they ruin land, they ruin all kinds of stuff. Well, the hogs started making their way towards this man's beach, and they were pretty thick, and they were killing the turtles. We're hired in as security contractors to come in. It's like, look, just clean them the fuck out. Get rid of them.
Yeah, you gotta watch out.
Okay, cool. So we set up
dangerous as fuck.
Oh, believe you me, we are up in trees up like this, and we're all taking them down because they have these little tusks that can cut your shin open, take your damn legs off.
They can gut you.
They're
if they want.
feisty little
like kangaroos,
fuckers.
they can fucking gut you if they get you right.
Oh yeah. And okay, so we're lining up. We formulate a battle plan. All right, let's hit it. And wouldn't you know it? Save the sea turtles! Save the sea turtles! And I'm like, oh god, a bunch of hippy-dippy freaking college kids. Great. Well, I was going to kind of be a little suave about this because some of the little cuties kind of had my eye a bit, and I was in. And all of a sudden, the one idiot in the group, Billy Ray, Billy Bob, that wasn't his name, but you get the basic thing. Yeah, we're here to kill us some hogs. You would not believe how fast it went from a Save the Sea Turtle event to Save the Pig event. I'm like, dude. But they're, save the pigs, you're celebrating murder. I'm like, but we're doing it to save the sea turtles because the hogs are killing the sea turtles. They were defending the hogs that man has no right getting involved in nature. I'm like, oh shit. Well, anyway, we go ahead, we do our thing, but yeah, you'd be amazed how many people they stand for an event, but they completely don't. They're just there to
contrarians.
Hop and scream. Yeah. We had one event that was a Save the Beach thing, which we were working for, and it was a concert event. Right up along the shore, it's in the beach, a gorgeous view. These hippie kids who are all Save the Earth, the biggest freaking polluters you would ever meet, just leaving trash everywhere. No concentration for themselves. Like, you realize you're wearing a shirt that say people who trash our earth are trash and need to be taken out, while you guys go to your fucking Starbucks, come back, and rather than putting your cup in the trash, you stack it everywhere on top of the damn trash container.
Yep, I know these kind of people. Like, we had them trying to stop people from freaking culling roos and whatnot a while back, and the problem was they didn't even realize. They're like, oh, look at all the damage that you people do to the kangaroos. Oh, you're evil people.
Maybe I don't need all this junk.
And bloody the big thing was, you show them like what would happen is when they got their way, yeah, no one was shooting roos around there. Guess what happened? 90% of the roo population died one summer because there was a drought. And not over 90%, if I remember correctly, actually just died out, and it was from starvation, and it was the most horrible thing you could ever fucking see. And fucking they're like, but at least no one shot them. I'm like, what would you rather, a bullet?
And then they go around and they say, well, why did all the roos die? It must be climate change. No, you created a population that was so thick that the local ecosystem couldn't support this much of animals. And now, like what we have up here are a bunch of deer. I've shown Archon and Iridius a bunch of photos of deer that are here. They're in my backyard. They're cute. Here's the problem.
Too many of them.
Because no one can really hunt them come wintertime and summertime in the middle of the nights. There are so many car accidents because there's so many of them.
That's the same with kangaroos here.
They
eat
up the local corn population, so there's less corn for us because they wander off in a field and they stick to where the corn is. But when you have so many of them, they damage more corn than than they help. And because they keep breeding and breeding and breeding, we can't keep the population in check. It's tragic, but hey, kids, we just came back from McDonald's with your Happy Meals, and we're on our way to boom. Oh shit! Now my vehicle is completely destroyed. One deer, absolutely. This is a horrific event, but now my car is completely
And that's as long as
destroyed.
nobody gets interested
Or
in the
worse.
injured in the car accident itself. Because I know a lot of people
Yeah,
get really
and that's the
badly
other part
injured in
too.
car accidents.
Sure, a deer may have died. You could have easily, if you didn't know what the hell you were doing to try to maintain control of the vehicle, you could have killed your kids in the damn car.
I've hit 2 deer and I've hit a moose.
And a moose, fucking hell, that
Yeah.
would hit like hitting a freaking another fucking car.
And I was driving a Honda Accord. I'm lucky I walked away.
Moose or goose?
Moose.
Oh, the moo. Okay. I'm like, well, a goose, yeah, they're pretty big birds, but damn, a moose? Damn.
Yeah, I was in a Honda Accord, you know, the little tiny
Oh, fucking
Honda.
hell, a moose is bigger than that.
Yeah, well, I hit it with the car, and I thought I was dead. I was knocked out for 5 minutes in front.
Yeah, my first car accident, I was knocked out as well.
The
Came to and I was punching at the windshield. Didn't know I was doing it. Handle.
antlers hit the passenger seat next to me. I'm looking over there, and there's a big, like, 500-600 pound animal or more, just twitching his antlers, and I'm like, oh fuck no! I bailed out of the car. I'm standing there having a cigarette while the cops show up, and I have to explain to them what the fuck happened.
My spies tell me the southern
Because
tribes are in
a
chaos.
moose is
thanks
basically
to you.
nature's equivalent to fuck you.
My dad hit
You
a
know,
real
as
while
far as
back
deer go.
before he died. Bloody the Roo's arm came around the freaking window and actually freaking grabbed onto his face and actually nearly took out his fucking eye.
I heard kangaroos are mean sons of
They
bitches,
are.
too.
They're extremely mean. I've seen them drown dogs.
I mean, did you see that guy on YouTube who got into a fist fight?
Yeah,
with one?
apparently he died of cancer. Yeah, he was
Really?
like cancer as fuck. That dog was like basically his best mate. So as soon as he saw it, he's just like, fuck this, I'm going in, I'm taking him out. I got cancer, I got nothing to fucking live for. And he fucking, he laid him out.
Also, I just saw the most funniest fucking tweet
Yeah?
ever. This guy, I just posted in live chat what the guy said. Because some guy on Twitter, I finally joined Twitter, even though it's a fucking
Oh, it's a
echo
fucking
chamber.
cesspool. It is. You want to see the
But
worst of humanity? Go to
this
Twitter.
Guy was like, this guy was like, oh my god, Antifa people are being banned by the police. Where are the gun right, Second Amendment people helping us? And this guy responded with the most savage response. All right, excuse me, let me just drop everything and risk my life for
What
people
can
to
I get
bash
for you
my head
today?
in when I'm not looking.
Any one of these items is
Yep.
ideal
Yeah.
for
Perfect
home
reply.
defense.
You can't
Exactly.
And this other person posted an anime tweet that says, laugh in a Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude, yeah.
Always a pleasure
Yes.
doing business.
Schadenfreude, I
then,
think it's called.
Always
This
a
other
Sorry.
pleasure doing business.
This one says, where are the libertarians? And the other comment says, go fuck yourself, commie.
Perfect
Hell
reply, yeah.
yeah.
Best reply. Go fuck yourself, commie.
Ha! Ha ha! Fed
Oh, Green.
burger.
Oh, yo, Green Man. So I told Macarius and Iridius earlier. I found a liberal channel called Liberal Hive Mind. It's almost at 300K. Oh, dude, they hate the Democrats and the commies as much as conservatives.
I heard there's a difference between liberals and, well, what the Democratic Party is now.
Dude, like, I look at their comments. I went into the channel. I watched some videos, which are pretty sweet.
Oh yeah, that's
I look at the comment section. Dude, if you put a conservative like Razor or even Sticks comment section, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. No joke. Like, oh my god, dude, when they say that Democrats are done or never voting Democrat or fuck commies, they have 1,000 likes.
Good as new, eh?
I mean, I can't really at this point tell the difference between a
Good as
Democrat
new,
and
eh?
a communist.
Exactly.
Hold
yeah.
on, dude. I'm posting something now in the Razor Force chat. This is exactly why they are so decimated, and this is exactly why.
But yeah, I was surprised to see that liberals have as much hatred for Democrats and commies as conservatives. So I'm like, damn, you guys are on our team. Huh.
Killing, I believe.
Because even they're calling out the communist, fucking riots or whatever you call them. They're not even calling them anarchists either. They're like, fuck you, we're liberals. You're a communist. Fuck off.
All right, guys, go ahead and take a look at what I just posted in the Razor Fist Arcade chat. That is exactly to a T the man who is the Republican rhino who a lot of the GOP establishment said needs to win to take on Trump because Trump's an embarrassment, and he is endorsing Joe Biden publicly at the convention in 2 weeks.
And what? He's a Republican, is he?
Oh yeah, he's a Republican rhino, but the thing is, this is why they're so devastated. Joe Biden is being endorsed by Mitt Romney, George W. Bush, John Kasich.
Wait, George W. Bush is bloody...
They've been told for years these people were a bunch of Nazis and were Adolf Hitler reincarnated, and now they're endorsing your candidate.
Any one of these items is
I'll let you fill in the blank.
Fucking Jesus.
They have overplayed their hand. They think no one has a memory, but here's the thing. These people were raised on this propaganda that you shoved down our throats with the Comedy Central, Jon Stewart, all years of the all years of the Bush administration, all years of the Obama administration. You have demonized the very people now endorsing your candidate for over 20 years. And now you wonder why your base is, no. They've seen the light, and now they're good people. It's not working out for them.
You shouldn't be. Fuck those kind of people.
Also in lighter news, the mayor of Portland got tear gassed by his own police.
Yeah. Well, because he got the shit beat out of him by Antifa and the very people he was trying to... I stand with you. I stand with dunk to the back of the head. And the police had to mace him to save his life.
Well, wasn't he marching with the
mayor
fuckers?
of Oakland...
He's like,
Well, the mayor of Oakland was so pro-BLM that... And it's just like what happened in Seattle. It's the same thing that happened in all these other places. Oh, I stand with BLM and Antifa and let them set up their chaz, their chop areas, or whatever you might want to call it, until they showed up at her doorstep after saying defund the police. Now she wants the police to get rid of them. You realize all three of these are the one... This is what they don't understand. They're like, why isn't Donald Trump attacking us? He's not attacking us. No, dumbasses. We are literally forming this shit to form editing and to form memes and to form everything. We're just waiting. And these are the orders I've been hearing from high up. Wait until... the Democrats officially announce their president and their vice pick. We have 4 times the amount of money they do. But they, like a bunch of idiots, have been spending it for a year and a half, hoping the donations are here. All the same donation Trump's been getting, he hasn't spent a penny and has just been doing his self-rallies. Now, out of the whole event taking place, the GOP convention will be 1 week after the Democrats have theirs. and we will publicly for a week just throw every fucking the kitchen sink at the president and vice presidential pick, and for 2 months a straight campaign barrage of literally them eating their own words. There is no better weapon, no better political ad you could ever throw than it came straight from the horse's mouth. Look what they said then, and look what they're saying now. There is no better weapon of being shown in political science because nobody pays attention till a month and a half before the election. And this is the perfect time of Democrats, eat your words. And look at everyone who has supported defund the police. They stand with Chop and Chaz, Antifa, and kneeling, defund the police, and kneeling, and everything else they've been doing. It's all going to be a counterattack ad for what they're doing. And they've been so vocal about it. Nancy Pelosi puts on a mask, and Chuck Schumer goes to kneel, and they're kneeling in solidarity of police brutality. And Nancy Pelosi needs to be helped to her feet by security staff because she cannot get off the ground.
Well, maybe if she took a few dicks out of her mouth, maybe she could stand.
I hope for the sake of us all that your mission is a success.
But do you have any idea how bad that is? That I kneel in solidarity with the police. Now, can someone police? I guarantee you this is an attack ad because she's the House Speaker. You attack the House Speaker and Senate minority leaders. It trickles down to all Democrats in California and New York because these are their leaders. I stand to defund the police. Now, police, can you help me to my feet? There is not a better ad you could have than that.
Or I will defund the police. Now, police, come to my house and defend me because these things are bad. These animals.
You know what I would do?
But it's just peaceful protest. It's a summer of love, guys.
You know what I would do if I was, if I was the mayor of a town and the people told me to defund the police, I'd be like, okay, for 5-10 hours, the police will do nothing for the crime. Go ahead, you're free. Police stand down and we'll wait until you cry for the police.
Me, I just say
there are over 200 cops who are leaving Minneapolis. They are requesting a transfer to leave Minneapolis. 200 cops. I think in Los Angeles County, I'm not sure the city, in Los Angeles County, California, 100 police officers called in sick.
Well, here's what I would do. I just say everybody who doesn't want the police, they put their name on a board, on a database, and the police will have no dealings with them. If they get raped, murdered, attacked, robbed, they just go, no, the police will not interfere with you. And just leave it at that. See how quickly they get their name.
Police, where are you? You don't want the police.
Yeah, what? You're getting raped? No. You don't want the police. Remember, the police are bad. The police are Nazis.
Yeah, police are bad. Remember?
This reminds me of that episode of South Park.
Which one?
Yeah. Remember that? Basically where they tell the cops to fuck off after a police shooting school or whatever. And they start freaking out, and they're like, "We need you, police officers," because. And basically, the cops are like, "Wait, wasn't it who said fuck the police? Was it Biggie Smalls? Was it Ice Cube? Oh,
it was you!
It was you guys."
That's right. Yeah, I remember that. Who said fuck the police?
Fuck you. We're a hula studio now.
Yeah, that's basically what they should do. The police should just say, okay, we're not helping you. Let you tear yourself apart, and then we'll come in and pick up the ashes once everybody else is dead.
Well, see, here's the thing. And I get what Razor and Sticks are talking about, and I can say it because I did come from the police academy. I do have my degree in this, and I've just been paying attention to this crap because I'm 32 for 25 years. Yeah, I had a very early awakening when I was 7. Here's what I'm seeing, guys.
Wait, you were 32 for 25 years? What's your secret?
That's not what I said. I'm 32, but I've been in this stuff for 25 years. Yeah, I had a very early wake-up call in the election of 94. I had a very eye-opening experience. I'm like, holy shit. And it's just taken off from there since. I know. I love America. I love America. You're like, that's as far as it went. To me, it was like, this is an eye-opening. This is big. Just a very tragic thing that happened, but it happened right in front. So, this is what's happening. Yes, I get people are, Donald Trump, they're laying a trap for you. No, it's a necessary trap you need to spring. He's let all the footage of all the Democratic cities of, I want to send in the National Guard, but I can't. But on the federal buildings, Donald Trump can only operate federal law enforcement because they're federal courthouses. Here's the problem. I get it, it looks bad, but he's not showing National Guard troops moving in. He's using federal law enforcement because this is what they're doing. They are collecting intelligence. They are collecting everyone. These people they're rounding up because state and local officials have made this whole bail reform thing. So if a crime occurs and it's within city and state, they're released immediately. If they get captured by the feds, they are now under federal crime and federal jurisdiction because they were arrested by federal cops. So local cities and cops at who they bought off no longer apply. So when Donald Trump is sending in the feds, they arrest these people. They're now on federal crime. They have no jurisdiction because Donald Trump has appointed over 200 judges at a federal level. We just need some help on the local level. He's bypassing that to grab these SOBs and be who's doing this, who's doing that, because these SOBs are crumbling fast. They're like, oh, I'll be out in 24 hours, and which is great. We're gaining stuff behind the scenes of whatever we're getting. We're closing Chinese consulates around the country from the State Department, and what's being called federal cops by defund the police. Trump's stormtroopers.
You know,
Trump
may I just
this.
say, may I point something out real quick?
What?
It seems to me that this is all happening right around the time we're gearing up to go to war with China. It seems we're taking out the hostile elements within our country who will disrupt, because China is the only country in the world that's able to support Antifa and BLM to undermine us.
But here's the thing. China is masters at insurrections, using common dumb folk within a nation to stir up violence that they are financially supporting. This operates under Trump's trade deal. It operates under the Free Hong Kong. It operates on so much stuff that's at a federal law enforcement level. I'm just more, guys, don't drop the ball on this and don't be teasing me, because if I see what I'm seeing, I'm not ready to commit to it. I'm going to need a few more things to happen, and you guys will hear me screaming at it at the top of my lungs, but I need a few more pieces to lock in before I can officially make a claim.
Don't fly off.
But seriously, you now have these same people saying stormtroopers. The tiff going on between the Chicago mayor and the press secretary going back and forth in Chicago when they are experiencing record crime. It's just enough to where it's like the Jussie Smollett thing. If Antifa has to start going after people that are, because there's federal buildings that are there, and the feds have jurisdiction, if this mayor wants to keep riling the fucking probe, bitch, you could get the FBI that happened with Rob Blagojevich when he literally was using Barack Obama's Senate seat as the magic golden ticket to the thing, and they arrested him and shelved him. Trump's freedom, I guarantee you he's been talking. If this mayor wants to keep riling it up, it's like, B, you could have the biggest corruption charges with Chinese money and Antifa, BLM, and their domestic terrorist organizations, and you're backing them, you might want to proceed with caution because the whole Jussie Smollett thing opened up a big can of worms. I don't think they realize the amount of danger they're in. They've gotten so used to the Chicago system. I don't think they realize, guys, you're in the sniper's crosshair, and one raid from the FBI, you all are going
I reckon
down.
It's kind of funny that the people that were bragging about, oh, I only got held in for like 2 hours or something, and now I'm all good. They were the first ones to complain when that woman that was painting on the Black Lives Matter mural. They were the first to complain that she got out so quickly.
But who was she arrested by?
The police!
Local jurisdiction who literally had the whole bail form released. There was a person who assaulted, and I mean the chief of police of New York, the chief of police, got his wig split. I'm talking blood and everything is dripping down his face. This dude needs medical assistance. There's a big gash in his forehead that needed to be closed. Him, the chief of police, 3 lieutenants, and I think a sergeant or something was also assaulted pretty bad, released without bail. This has pissed off the police unions, the police people. They're pissed off, the frontline cops. It's to a point where it's like, guys, this is a Molotov I think the left is used to doing. I think Razor said it best. A mob is like a forest fire. It's a curious little creature, but the one time you don't feed the fucker, it turns on you. I think that because they got in their way for so long, this is the thing about the law. Justice is blind. But if they're going to let these SOBs out immediately with no bail, no crime, and someone paints over the BLM stickers, they have to let her go.
Yep. Well, the whole
because
thing
there's
was
no way in a
non-violent
court
crime.
of law you can hold one person but not charge
the thing
the
was
other.
that you basically get let out straight away with no bail, provided it's not a violent crime.
Yep. 100%. Because this is there was a video released about maybe a year ago. BLM and Antifa. After the prayer vigil for that girl who died in the Charlottesville thing, I still have no clue what the fuck happened.
The guy's car was
It's like the Vegas
and
shooting.
basically freaked out.
Nobody knows what happened. But here's the thing: people on a prayer vigil just praying for her to be beaten with nightsticks and chain locks of people just doing a prayer vigil. That's what set this whole thing off. And now, what they're doing is this. This is what Antifa's doing. And me coming from the security field, I think Green will end up backing me up on this. This is what they're doing. You see a vehicle, you're pissed off, and they form a human wall in front of you. Then someone comes up from behind the vehicle with a baseball bat, a 2x4 or whatever, and just starts beating the shit out of your car. Natural adrenaline is going to kick in, and you're going to floor the vehicle.
And you're going to freak out. Especially if someone pulls a fucking weapon, you're going to be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You're not even going to do it.
But it creates enough violence. They don't show the people beating the fuck out of the car. They just show the driver flooring it and hitting the person. They're trying to, and George Soros even said, you got to think Project Veritas for this. George Soros doesn't want stories. He wants video clips to go viral. That's what he wants. And there's one photo of
And you cut out.
Yeah. But, I see somebody beating my car. I'm going to fight back.
I'm probably going to freak the fuck out knowing me. Well, mainly because I don't want my car getting fucked up. I like my car.
See, I normally keep a gun inside my car with me.
I'm Australian, so I can't get handguns without joining a club.
That's... No offense, but Australia, what the fuck happened?
We had one massacre shooting, and then basically our government went, Hey, you know those rights you like? Well, fuck you.
Fuck you. I'm just saying because based on what my granddad.
Yeah, I'm starting to get
told me
suspicious of this whole getting kicked shit.
You getting kicked
Yeah.
out?
But anyway, what is the very last thing I said? I know it was a bit of a rant.
You were going on about if your car is getting the shit beat out of it.
Yes, there's a big difference between, and Green, me and you are security officers, so we know this. There's a big difference between damage to property and damage to persons. The law is crystal clear on that. That's why the mayor of Baltimore said it's property, let it burn. Because that is misdemeanor charges. You assault a person and it's on video, that's felonies.
Yep. See, you can replace property. It's a hard pain in the ass to replace it, but a human life can never be replaced. That's how
100% accurate, dude.
when I took my level 3 course, Terry Arndt, that's what she told us. You see property getting attacked, spray painted, never draw your weapon. Just confront them, basically like, hey, you can't do that. Get the fuck out of here. And call cops. You see somebody getting assaulted, somebody's attacking another human being, that's when you can draw your weapon. The only time you're allowed to draw is defense of life.
Threat to life. Property doesn't mean shit.
And also, she said, you ever draw your weapon and have to shoot someone, even if it's in defense of life, get yourself a goddamn lawyer. First thing.
Oh yeah, no. Well, yes, but there's one other thing. When the cops are coming to you, thank God for the police academy for this. Son, let's just say exactly what Green just said. The whole that you had to shoot somebody. So, son, what exactly did you end up having for breakfast? I was in fear for my life. Okay, what color car do you drive? I was in fear for my life. Okay, what do you want for lunch? I was in fear for my life. I was in fear for my life. I was in fear for my life. Just repeat that to every fucking question they say. I was in fear for my life. It doesn't even matter what's your first name. I was in fear for my life. I was in fear for my life. The minute your attorney shows up, shut the fuck up and let him do his job. And they say, what did he say? Because defense attorneys are trying to screw things and get you to, well, what I meant to say was, you meant to say. It's like, well, what did he say? I was in fear for my life. What else did he say? I was in fear for my life. Is that all he said? Yeah. 400 times I was in fear for my life. The jury can't do shit with that.
Yeah, it can't be misconstrued.
And the defense attorney's like, yeah, exactly, because what they're trying to do is this. Say you start talking. Well, you said you were approaching from the north, right? Or was it from the south? Because they can do all their lawyer tricks to get you to stumble upon yourself, and it makes you look bad on the stand, and he can paint a picture because you gave him just enough of a window. Yep. What you do is, I was in fear for my life, I was in fear for my life, I was in fear for my life. He can't spin that because the law says you can fire a weapon as long as you're in fear for your life. He has nothing else to end up going on.
Yeah, well, see, you want to hear a fucked up story she told us? One of the security guards, this lady who was running our level 3 training course did. She told us that there was a guy who was here for his life, drew his weapon and fired.
Sorry to
hit the guy.
You're going in and out.
Yeah, you're going really quiet, mate.
Yeah, man.
Well, he fired 2 rounds, right? One bullet hit the target, the suspect. The other one flew about 100 yards and hit an innocent bystander sitting on his porch. The person who pulled the trigger was arrested and charged with felony manslaughter, I think it was.
Yep.
Even though he didn't intend. So, he actually got convicted on the stand. That's why he always said, never draw your weapon unless you know you're going to hit your target.
And know what the fuck is behind it.
That's the biggest thing. People don't check their targets. You got to check, well, for lack of a better word, you got to get a firing solution.
Plus, I grew up hunting. First rule my dad ever pounded into my head. Always make sure what's beyond your target, because even a .22 caliber bullet will travel over a mile before it loses
just under 2 kilometers, a 22 round is lethal, provided it hits you in the right spot, obviously. But that's the same with any freaking bullet.
And my company only allows us to carry NATO rounds, 9mm, 45, and 40 Smith & Wesson.
Look, how does that feel?
And 9mm is going to travel a lot fucking further than a 22.
Yep. That's why whenever you go to place your target, you go center mass, fire only as necessary shots as you can, and the best thing you can do, and I learned this from the police academy, get in range time. Do not get nervous. Like, okay, we had a test, and I'm sure Green has done this too. Okay, everybody, this is what we want you to do. It's more counting your rounds and just make sure you breathe. We want you to fire 12 rounds in 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, we want you to do 3 to the right, 3 to the left, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, 3 to the left, and 3 to the right. You're done. So, okay, that's great. 3 and do it each one. So, yeah, you get the gist of it.
How does that
Oh my God. I'm there at the range. Cool. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 30 seconds to go. I'm done. That was me. Would you like to know the 3 idiots also on the range? Okay, everyone. We want you to shoot 12 rounds. You have 60 seconds. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Dude, and you're the idiot who just spent all their fucking rounds. Dumbass, you have another 50 seconds to go of you just sitting there at the gun range, sitting there just holding your weapon like...
Yep.
Feeling like the biggest idiot on the planet.
That's how it was when we did pistol course at school. Because Australia, in certain areas, you can actually do a pistol class. And first you do air pistols, then you do 22 pistols. But the main thing is that you just don't... well, for lack of a better word, for the entire semester, you get maybe like 3 shots at the range. So you got to make them count. You got to basically enjoy it while you can. And we got some of the wankers that be there that do the fucking whole hold the gun sideways and fire, and they fired like every fucking round in like freaking 30 seconds. And it's just like, hey, guess what, mate?
Loose brass. I love
for the next
that.
2 minutes, mate. Guess what?
I need to make some room.
I'll
need to make some room for that.
Yeah, for the next freaking 2 hours. Yeah, you got fucking nothing, mate.
You want a hilarious story from the range yesterday? Me and my buddy went to the range yesterday, right? We're just shooting, having fun. Well, dumbass black guy, I swear to God, ghetto as fuck with his girlfriend. I'm talking tattoos, wife beater. You know the type.
Such a stereo.
You racist son of a bitch.
Stereotype, it hurts.
But anyway, we're shooting and doing, the 1 round every 2 or 3 seconds like you're supposed to with our pistols. Dumbass has never handled a gun before with his girlfriend. He is just bang, 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 bang. And I just have to look over. He is firing the fucking gun sideways. Gangsta style.
You mean retard way.
And... yeah.
He is absolutely asking for a hot brass to find his skin, loose shirt, whatever.
I have never seen this shit before, but he didn't even know how to operate the gun properly. Range guy had to come in and basically explain to him how the fuck you clear a jam on his pistol. And like 20 minutes after that, they come in and warn him. This is your one warning. You're shooting a little too fast. And immediately they packed their shit up and left. I have never seen at a range a dumbass actually do that.
Oh, dude, you haven't been to the range enough around idiots. We go for our pistol qual, and we're just sitting down, having fun. This kid is trying to impress his girlfriend about how much of a badass he is, how much... This dude has clearly played way too much Call of Duty. He gets there. This is how much of a dumbass he is. Now, it's not like, all right, I got to make sure I use the right term because I've been crucified for this. And it's like, dude, I don't use it. I use my damn hands. What are those, like, reload assists that where you just, like, put the bullet, press down like a stapler, and it puts the round in?
Yeah, internal magazine.
Yeah, it's not the speed loader for your revolver that has all 6 shells that you just put in, and you're done. This is like, it helps you load up the fucking magazine. This idiot loads a round, loads the next round. He loaded a round backwards.
Oh, God.
And then went, and he was like, oh, yeah, great. Now, let me go handle the second round. Like, it was in there, but it wasn't in there. And then second round, he goes to put, you hear, crunch, crunch. Dude, that's not a sound you're supposed to hear. What the hell are you doing? And he's, like, forcing it to go in. It won't go in. It won't go in. And you just hear, crunch. A third time, I'm like, dude, get the hell away. It's kind of like one of those things where you hear a broken bone.
I've made 2 mistakes.
Like, you're not supposed to hear it.
2 mistakes with guns my entire life. Once when I was like 3 or 4, I was given a slug gun, so an air rifle, just a little pisswick one. I ran out of rounds, and I was trying to kill a butterfly, and I broke the stock. Trying to hit a butterfly, right? Dad didn't let me use a gun for another 2 years after that. Then one time I was trying to, you know, when you put down a bolt action, if you hold the trigger down, you unload it when you bring the bolt down. I didn't have the trigger quite clicked right because I got short fingers, and when I clicked it in, the gun went off, and fucking hell, the gun nearly freaking hit me mum, because she walked off, and I was, and either way, bloody I actually got I got the shit kicked out of me by my dad. And rightfully so. Because, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you don't learn proper gun safety, you shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. At all.
Yep. Because, you know, guns aren't fucking toys as much as people like to think.
Every time you pull that trigger, you could fucking be killing someone or something. You're ruining someone's day the moment you pull a trigger. Even if it's just a freaking 22. People underestimate the power that a 22 does. Because I've killed freaking hundreds of things with a 22.
Well, you know what's funny is too many people think that airsoft is the same as tactical training too. You know that?
Yeah, we call those people retards.
And, you know, they get all bent out of shape when you tell them you're not doing actual fucking tactical training. You're just doing militarized paintball, dumbass.
Yeah. They're basically one step up from freaking gel blasters.
What the fuck is that?
Basically, they're the one thing. They're a step down from paintball guns. They fire small, little balls of water crystals. You know, you get those water crystals that you put them in water and they swell up to a certain size. Basically, you fire them at them using an air gun. They're a lot of fun.
Oh, you guys were talking about the Chinese earlier. Do you know what fucking is weird is there's a Chinese consulate in Houston.
Yep, and they have 24 hours to close from now.
They were burning documents in their yard.
Yep.
You know who else did that shit?
Hillary Clinton.
In 1942, 41, December.
Yeah, the Clausewitz doctrine. Burn everything, yeah.
Wait. You guys are kind of mixing that up a bit. Not saying that, yes, they didn't do it, but what they're doing is they're trying to delete sensitive information that firmly confirms all the of them reporting back to China, all their financial records, all their everything. They are purging documents because in any type of security situation, if our consulates came under attack or anything else, the
We
first
do
thing
the
we're
same
taught
thing.
because if
I
we're
know,
leaving an
but
area, get rid of it.
I know, but it's China. Like
We know
they've
they're up
lost.
to something.
Yeah, I know. Look, I trust the Australians burning their documents more than I do China at the moment.
Well, we don't have to worry about
yeah.
burning
See,
our documents with all the friggin' fires that we let friggin' run free. They burn themselves.
That's true too.
But see, what I was pointing out is in December 6th, 1941, the Japanese started burning their documents.
Yep, they started taking away their encryptors. They started dismantling their equipment. Oh, yeah.
So I'm kind of a little paranoid about the Chinese at this, because a war has been brewing with China since the 1950s.
Oh yeah. Ever since the
Oh,
Communist
dude,
Party
that's the
took
whole
over.
Mao thing and
Ever since
everything.
the Communist Party took over, freaking war's been brewing between the East, between the West and freaking China.
The red dragon versus the eagle and bear.
Dude, they are the biggest paper tiger on the planet. More facts are coming out. They are losing money. And Trump's, you moved to fucking China. I'm placing a 40% tariff on your products. You will never be able to sell them here. And guess what they did? Oh, shit.
See, the Chinese don't want to war with us because Americans buy too much shit.
And let's be honest, when the companies, they want to have access to the market, but when they get access to the Chinese market, they're going to be sucked dry. But I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Because this is why. This is what happened. This is the big fight going on. All these corporations, everyone said that because of their GDP and everything else that they're building these ghost towns. There's a reason they're building these ghost towns. They're to house all the corporations to come over here. The plan was for Barack Obama to sell us out, then Hillary Clinton to raise taxes for all the socialized shit, forcing corporations to find a cheaper market, mostly China. And this is what China was operating, all these corporations. You will be paid 0% tax, but you will be 100% owned by the Chinese Communist Party. So it was this blend of corporate communism, mass profits, no taxes, but they thought our money would keep you in line. No, it won't. So now all these facilities they built for these corporations to come over, Trump stopped it with the whole, you moved to fucking China, I'm placing a 40% tariff on your goods.
Which he should.
Well, that's going to hurt our markets. Believe you me, Trump knows exactly what the hell's going on. The thing is, too much of the media is bought, or they don't want to believe it, or they don't want to be the asshole to say it first, and it blows up in their face. So they're hedging their bets and cucking their bets at the same time, which is very dangerous. Because anyone who says what the hell I said is labeled a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny? I used to work for Walmart, right? Before I got into security. Well,
I think he's cut out.
All right.
Yeah, I'm getting fucking paranoid about this shit.
Yeah, you worked at Walmart and what?
Well, anyway, one of my bosses I worked for, he actually lived in China for a couple of years, doing stuff for Walmart. You know what the Chinese do, right?
What?
We'll send the Connex trailers over there, the big containers. And the Chinese, what they'll do is they'll keep them, and they'll actually tear them apart, cut doors into them and cut windows. And they'll turn them into housing for their employees of the factory. The people who work in those factories never even leave.
Turning at last.
I'm relieved it worked. But we shouldn't
So-
start celebrating just yet.
They actually are basically like
what was
the,
it
you know,
you
in the
said
19th
before?
century, how factories
About the
have their
second
employees
gate?
living right there in
You'd
the
best
factory.
forget that one. It is in the
Uh-huh.
minds of the half-men.
The Chinese
It
are
is
doing the
useless
same
to us.
exact
You
thing.
don't understand.
Yep, they have
We
suicide
to
nets
reach
around their
Greater
corporations, so the
things
people
are at
can't
stake.
go anywhere.
Are there?
They work them literally 20 hours a day. They feed them a
Let
bowl
it
of
pass
rice, and they
ahead of
just
you.
keep them there. And if
The
anyone
half-men
were
had barred the
to
entrance
commit
to their land
suicide,
with a
they
metal
have
barrier.
suicide
Or
nets
perhaps
surrounding
I
the
should
place so they can't
someone
jump
has
to their
barred it.
What
deaths.
do you mean by that?
The
So,
half-men
you
work
know,
the
the
machine,
Chinese
not
basically make
And
the
someone is
18th
helping
and
them.
19th century robin
Here,
barons look
look
like
at this.
saints.
And to make it worse, they have people ready to call their families and shame them for trying to commit
Be
suicide.
right back.
Yep.
For the construction
Also,
of the
when the
barrier.
Chinese
If we
kill
can see how it was
somebody,
built,
you know, execute them,
maybe
they
we could
actually
find a way
charge
to
them for
disable
the
it.
bullet,
None here can make
charge
sense
them
of
for the
it.
funeral, even though
Wizard
it's just they
Zagoro
throw
might
them
be
in an
able
empty
to, but
grave.
he's not known for altruism.
And then
have
the
to
Chinese
convince
have
him
a
of
whole
that.
thing about
It's worth a
1,000
try.
generations.
Where can I
or some
find him?
crap.
Zagoro has a tower
Mhm.
to the east. Take the book
So-
to him and see what he can make of it. One more thing.
The
Northlands
Chinese
are a
have.
dangerous place. If you are going to be traveling far,
Also, what's
you may
funny
want
is
to
when
consult
Mao
with
took
Dashvik,
over in the
my lead scout.
1950s, the China had a brilliant martial arts scene. You know, all the intellectual stuff and the Chinese philosophies and all this.
Mm-hmm.
Communists destroyed it all.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, what they did is the Chinese martial artists who could, they escaped to Taiwan and Hong Kong.
And this is why. Because when Mao went ahead to take over, it's also why I've said why the Nazis wanted to kill the Jewish people. You can say what you want about Jews in general. Listen to the Jewish people. They are the only ones whose history goes back to a time of Sanskrit. It's the only thing that has survived of all the countless empires and everything else that have rose and fell down. There's only ancient Egyptian and the Hebrew Bible that goes back that far. If you're to reculture a culture, you must wipe it of any and all connections to the past.
Mm-hmm.
And you must blow up the buildings. You must blow up everything. It's why they also went after the Dalai Lama, because they have their traditions going back thousands of years. If you are to re-educate your population, you have to dismantle any type of history that puts things in a gray area, because what propaganda is black and white. There is no history of, oh, but look at this statue that's of this, so that means, nope, they have to get rid of it. It must be 100% identical to their ideology, or it's bad. You look at whites who fought with the Union for slavery, get rid of it. You have any connection to anything, get rid of it, because these people, if you think about it, I'm going to use this as a lefty, but don't listen to the specifics of what I'm saying. Listen to the overall of what I'm saying. You have a bunch of lefties. Oh, the Ku Klux Klan. That was the racist Republicans, because they're converting something that was 200 years ago to a common theme now of what they're told.
Well,
you look at... Yeah.
With the Ku Klux Klan, you know what's funny is Confederate general started his Bedford once. He didn't start it as a racist organization. He did, but when it got too extreme for him, he walked.
Yep.
Bedford, of course. I don't seem to realize this about a lot of Confederate generals.
Well, they don't want to study it because they've been taught things in such a black and white. Oh, Civil War was about slavery and the racist people of the time. Democrats committed this, but then they were led to believe a lie around the 1960s that the parties have switched. No, that's a lie. They're trying to cover up their tracks. Because if people if people looked at it and saw this, they would lose their minds.
Hell, I was raised for years with JFK and actually was the great savior of American heritage. It wasn't until I started doing my history that I realized that schools are full of shit.
Yep.
Supreme Court actually beat the shit out of FDR for some shit he did. Because goddamn lefties can't be. Anyway, I'm gonna.
You guys still there?
Yeah, people are breaking up. I got my conspiracy theory alarm going off a bit.
I'm gonna go.
Man.
I'm doing laundry. I'll be back.
No, but I'm glad China's, being afraid. They've had it coming for decades.
Yep. And that's why right now they are freaking out. They have no clue. Their entire economy was so bet on Hillary Clinton. Why do you think Hillary Clinton is? Well, since the Russians helped Donald Trump with his election, I think China should help us. The Russians were never involved. But they're asking more Chinese money. This is 100% Clinton gate with China and everything else. This is why I'm like, guys, I don't think it's Biden. I think he's going to be replaced because he's slowly losing his mind, and the whole Ukraine is something the Clinton Democratic machine cannot afford. They tried to pin it to Donald Trump, and it failed with the impeachment. Biden and his son Hunter are now being brought up on charges in Ukraine. And he's running for president. This is bad. If there was ever to be a Clinton Gate or China Gate 2.0, it's now. Which is why I'm like, guys, I think because, well, the Russians helped Donald Trump and it was supposed to be Hillary Clinton's time, I think we need to have her. But like I said, we will all find out in a week when it is who is on the Democratic ticket, officially, president and vice president. But here's something very interesting. Ilhan Omar, who has committed fraud and everything else, has an election August 11th. Her Democratic opponent has raised 3 times as much money as her. So, with her fraud and anything else, I think the Dems we need to get rid of her because she's a liability and has committed outright fraud.
Okay, baby. What did I miss?
Well, Ilhan Omar has an election coming up August 11th, the week before the DNC, and there is a strong possibility her Democratic challenger could remove her from her seat.
Hoping, because, after all, some people did some things.
Well, not even that. Like, I get it. That's a bad statement to make. It puts her in a limelight. Guys, we now have traction. She committed fraud by her new campaign husband. First of all, she married her brother, wink, wink, to get him into the country. Here's the other part. She did that, but right now we have active charges. She funneled over $900,000 to her new husband, who is her campaign manager, funneled a $900,000 contract to him.
Fair.
That is fraud. But ignore the affair. That's the juicy thing the media wants you to focus on to get you off of the fraud case.
Very well.
And marrying her brother, you can't exactly disprove it, but you can't prove it. It just looks bad, but this is political stuff that they could say, no, that's our opposition saying that. This $900,000 she funneled in, you can't spin that. Do not fall for anything else. Keep your eyes on that $900,000 that she funneled that she used her campaign funds to funnel that into her husband's law firm. That's the real key right there. Don't fall for any of her brother, because he married her brother, or Nope, do not fall for it. That is the bullshit argument to get you off the trail. You look at the fraud, that's a criminal court case slam dunk.
Yep. All they need to do is just keep focusing on that. If they want to do campaign ads, focus on that. and her freaking anti-American comments, and you're fine. Hopefully, people with minds will actually listen.
Anti-American in the area she's in, especially with how Minnesota has been, mate. I'm sorry, you make a valid point. Nationally, if she became the vice president pick, that's an albatross. But because she's from Little Mogadishu, Minneapolis, and is a representative of that area, it's not really going to have a lot of sting because she's protected in that area. But the fact of her, like, I get what you're saying. I'm 100% on board. But you have to take a look at it from, okay, like, everything has this quasi effect of what will stick and what's suitable to the situation. If she was a senator, that would have more weight. But because she just represents Little Mogadishu, Minneapolis, it literally doesn't have as much sting as you think, unless she becomes a vice president pick. Then that has a lot more sting to it. Because the only way for those issues to literally make more sense is to put her out of her congressional area and put her on a bigger stage, is when those issues will really come back to bite her in the ass. But until then, just stay to this fraud case. It is a slam dunk. Just stick to that and we're good. Portland high school football coach fired.
Oh, what for this time? Did he misgender somebody? Did he scratch his ball sack in
I don't know.
Public?
Someone else. Wait, what, honey? Oh. Alright, guys. Well, I'll be back on later, but yeah, the missus is looking at me like we have cleanup to do around the house, so. Hey, I may be whipped, but it's better than hand whipped. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that.
Alright, man.
Have a good one,
See ya.
mate. Give the kisses a miss for me.
Alright,
So, new topic. Anybody got one?
Let's see.
Wait a second, mate. I'm gonna have to turn you up really loud because I can barely hear you.
Real estate, you're low.
Okay.
Oh,
How about
perfect.
now?
Much better.
Oh,
much
good.
better. I can put you to 100 and you're coming through good.
Oh.
I could barely hear you, mate. So if you've been talking, I've been missing what you've been saying.
So you guys want to hear about a manga? No, I like novel. Since we're pretty much out of things to talk about.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, mate.
Okay. A light novel called Summoning Japan. It's basically an isekai if you decide to take the entire nation of Japan to another world.
Huh. Sounds interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the wiki so you can read it yourself. Here it is.
Wait a second. In the middle of a dragon flying battle.
You mean a dragon dogfight?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Equip. There we go. Okay, let's have a quick gander.
No, you idiots.
Okay, Nikadung. Well, I can't pronounce that. But I'm playing a game at the moment, so I won't be able to have a look at it. But yeah, tell us about it. What's it like? I still have my bow. I still have my bow. still there, mate?
Yeah, I'm still here, Jess.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
We can all hear you, buddy. Buddy boy.
Alright.
Turn real estate down a bit. There we go.
I'm currently writing a fan fiction of a. I'm currently writing fan fiction of a fusion between Halo, Warcraft, and summoning Japan thing I posted.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Yes. Wait a minute! How come you're just saying that because, I think you're just saying that, or do you actually genuinely?
No, I genuinely mean it.
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not one to lie because if I'm lying, you'll be able to tell that I'm lying straight off the freaking bat. I lie like a 3-year-old.
Oh, he's so little.
Okay.
If you've been talking, mate, I haven't heard a word you said because...
Yeah, me neither.
So I was kind of waiting for you to start.
Or me too.
Oh, I just have the thing on push to talk because my mic tends to let off my mic thinks it's a fridge and tends to hum.
Yeah, I can hear that humming alright.
Well, no, it's not just that. We've been having connection problems with Macarius and Iridius too.
Oh.
So it seems Discord is up to something.
Yep, it's on. I think it's only seemed to be happening since that last update. See, this is why in this game you always keep a bow. Because some enemies in this thing you can only cheap shot them. Can't hurt me, I'm behind my giant tree. And another job well done. Tunnel walkway. Ooh, secret walkway. Oh, dead end.
Oh, real estate. You ever played Command and Conquer?
What'd you guys say?
Ever played Command and Conquer?
Oh yeah, I've played Command and Conquer. I played the Command and Conquer Red Alert 2, Command and Conquer Tiberium Wars, and I also played the FPS spin-off.
Yeah, I'm playing the Tiberium Wars 3.
Yeah, the whole Tiberian series actually is pretty damn good.
Have you seen that video?
Which one?
The Tiberian theory.
Don't think I have. So what is the Tiberian theory?
It's actually a video about explaining the history and the bit of a lore background of the Tiberian universe.
The Tiberian one's the one with the bald guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kane.
Kane lives.
I survived in space.
They really botched Scrooge the Poop with Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I liked Red Alert 3. But anything with Tim Curry in it is automatically good.
Yep.
Because
that was before he had. That was before he had his stroke and became completely retarded.
yeah, I haven't really followed what's happened with him. Last thing I saw him do literally was Command and Conquer 3 when he's like perving on fucking the sniper chick and the other chick. He's just like, yeah.
Yep.
He's doing everything that we would do.
Yep.
Hey, Eric's back. I don't even know why I'm collecting gold. I got like freaking way too much gold as it is.
You're Norwegian.
Am I?
They're collecting gold and they like money.
I think I'm more leprechaun. The leprechaun's gold.
So the Yetis have crawled back from extinction, have they? You can bet there will be more where those came from.
Bad bird. Evil bird. Attacking. Doesn't matter.
Oh, no, not the Tiberium silo.
What happened?
Nothing. Nod was attacking. I messed up.
You done fucked up.
Good luck, Rin.
Ooh, diamond. Nice. Alright, now I can use almost one of the best weapons in the game. But I won't be using it yet. There's nothing in here. this cave.
Let's go. Who there?
I'm heading out later, so I'll see you later,
have
guys.
a good one, mate.
I'm heading out too. Goodbye.
Have a good one, mate.
And I'll see you later.
Okay, I think everybody's gone. And fist.
But blood from a pagan altar is on my list. At least your death won't be entirely in vain.
Make this. see if Sphere Spell actually works on these creatures. Okay, Fear does not work on these things. All your gold as belongs to me.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Arok, come here!
On my way. I can't land here.
Am I glad to see you?
Okay. Now all I have to do is get... let's see. The Ashes of a Warrior Fallen and... Where's Arok? Pick up shit. Oh well. I don't need any more money. Find that outpost. Oh, that's right, I gotta go through there, through the northern tundra. I wonder, is that sword still gonna be there? Oh shit, it is.
Until you've gathered what...
Get that repaired, that repaired. That's still pretty good.
So, it's as I feared then. Seborna's recklessness caught up with him at last. Well, if you're still determined to get into that tomb, I suppose I can help. Seborna couldn't force the door, but he brought me a mold of the lock. I had just cast a key when he disappeared. It's yours, if you like. It's no good to him now.
Thank you.
Here, take one of my torches. I suspect you'll need it.
Whoa, 28 armor piercing, that's pretty good. Rage of the Order.
Yes, I'll buy this. A fine choice.
Mithril axe.
You must learn to take care of these things.
Let's see.
It's a deal. A fine choice.
Okay.
I thank you for your business.
I better get some more HP.
Ah, it's you again. I'm a fine, excellent, a fine choice. I thank you for your business.
Rin, down there. Is that the tomb? I'll wait here, Rin.
I need a key.
Okay, let's save.
I'm definitely going to need a torch in here.
Bad, skeleton, bad.
This amulet seems to be a key of some sort. I'll need to make some room for that. I'll need to make some room for that. Maybe I don't need all this junk. This amulet seems to be a key of some sort.
Okay, now where do I go? Just down here. Hopefully I'll have it. Okay, so I need 2 more amulets. Which I think I can find just by going around in circles.
This amulet seems to be a key of some sort. This amulet seems to be a key of some sort.
Come on, you don't need to attack me. I'm ever so attractive. Oh, wrong way.
A secret entrance. This must be it.
And I'm saving quickly because I'm not going through all this again. How long have I been going for? Almost 4.5 hours?
There we are. Ashes from a warrior fallen. Now I can get out of this dismal place.
secret door. Wait. Nope. Oh well, let's just keep running in circles. Pardon me, pardon me. I believe this is the way out. Nope. Wrong way! There we go. I'm free! Okay, now I just need to get the golden blade. Which I know exactly where I need to get that. Ah, another fucker! I believe it's this way. After this saves, actually I reckon I'll probably end this here. So if anybody was watching, which I don't think I've got, no, still no viewers, but either way, everybody have a good one.